believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the show. Yes, we're in the impeachment roundup stage here at America's Third Party. We are all about processing this information now that it's been put out there. We all have a chance to see it and say whether we like it or not. And many of you are probably very upset that the Democrats didn't talk to the whistleblower, but that's not required. Many of you think that somehow the impeachment process in the House, the inquiry, is some sort of a protected, constitutionally protected event where Donald Trump has a Sixth Amendment right to face his accuser. He does not. In fact, that's the rule. The rule of Sixth Amendment only applies to criminal prosecution, not an impeachment. And Donald Trump never testified. I doubt he's going to testify. I doubt he's calling up Adam Schiff tonight and saying, "Oh, Adam, I would like to testify." That's all BS. Everything Donald has been saying for the past 3 years has been pretty much a lie. And the problem is we've got a lot of people that believe everything he said and a lot of people in the country that don't believe a thing he said. Therein is the divide between the Democrats and Republicans. I do know that. Yes, Stephen. The Zionists like Joe Biden and Donald Trump are trying to control our country. And as you know, I'm anti-Zionist, but I do not feel any anger toward Jewish people. I help people try to explain that to people, that Zionism bastardized the original Jewish faith that's written in the Torah. And people who supported Zionism oftentimes went counter to the Orthodox Church of Jewry. And many people don't realize that Hitler was a Zionist, much like Biden and Trump. They don't get that. So it's a very difficult thing for people to navigate. But what I can tell you is the Zionist movement was created pretty much and promoted by the Rothschild family. And that's a big problem because they're the global world leaders financially that have way more money than anybody else. They don't even want you to know how much money they have. They estimate over $200 trillion. But their big deal was to create the state of Israel, which is fine. I respect Israel, and I certainly hope that Israel can manage their problems right now, with Netanyahu now being investigated and indicted for corruption charges. This just came in today. Netanyahu is facing corruption charges in Israel. The government can't assemble. But this government has been a strong ally of America, and I don't want to lose that. I really support Israel. I'm moving on. I'm talking about Zionism being a global world order, a new world order plan, which is the next step for these people. They took over Israel. They took over Jerusalem. They took it away from the Muslims, and now they want a global new world order. This is a group of people that have no bounds for greed. And we average Americans need to learn how to work collectively to stop that. Otherwise, they're going to have a free reign. They think you are a farm animal. They think most of us are useless eaters. They really do, and they call us that. Well, today, the entire story of the Zionist movement and the Zionist protocols of Zion was referenced today in the impeachment hearings, and we'll bring you a little of that later. A lot of confusion about that. People don't realize the Protocols of Zion is a fake document. It does not declare what Zionism is. It was picked up in a Xerox machine, and somebody put it out there as an actual document. No one knows if it's real or not. But the Zionist movement is very real and very much a New World Order play. We'll get to that in just a second. I want to show you the level of disrespect that happened in front of our chairman, Adam Schiff, when he dealt with the impeachment hearing. And you'll see the Republicans acting like a bunch of like hometown football players making fun of the weird guy. It's weird. Watch this.
Thank you for your long years of service to the country. You're not Democratic witnesses or Republican witnesses. You're nonpartisan witnesses, and you have stuck to the facts, and that is as it should be. First, I want to make a couple observations about the hearing today. And Dr. Hill, you were criticized several times by my colleagues for your opening statement. I'm glad you didn't back down from it. You're much more diplomatic than I am, I have to say. Anyone watching these proceedings, anyone reading the deposition transcripts would have the same impression that you evidently had from hearing my colleagues talk about the Russia hoax, that the whole idea that Russia had gotten involved in the 2016 election was a hoax put out by the Democrats. And of course, they're not alone in pushing out this idea. It is trumpeted by no one other than the President of the United States, who almost on a daily basis at times would comment and tweet and propagate the idea that Russia's interference in our election was a hoax. And of course, we all remember that debacle in Helsinki when the president stood next to Vladimir Putin and questioned his own intelligence agencies. I wish I had heard just some of the righteous indignation we heard in the committee today when the president questioned that fundamental conclusion of our intelligence agencies. But of course, they were silent when the president said that. They'll show indignation today, but they will cower when they hear the president questioning the very conclusions that our intelligence community has reached. But we saw something interesting also today. My colleagues sought to use you, Dr. Hill, to besmirch the character of Colonel Vindman. And I thought this was very interesting. It certainly wasn't unexpected, but it was very interesting for this reason. They didn't really question anything Colonel Vindman said. After all, what Colonel Vindman said is what you said. He was in that July 10th meeting. He heard the same quid pro quo, the same comments by Sondland. If you want this meeting, Ukrainians, and we have an agreement about this, you gotta announce you're gonna do these investigations. They heard the same quid pro quo that you did. So why are they smearing him? Mr. Holmes, you testified just as Vindman said, Colonel Vindman said, that he warned Zelensky about getting involved in US politics. They don't question that. They didn't take issue with that. So why smear this Purple Heart recipient? Just like the smear of Ambassador Yovanovitch, it's just gratuitous. They don't question the facts. It's just gratuitous. The attack on you, Mr. Holmes, that you were indiscreet in mentioning this conversation to others. Well, I think you're quite right. The indiscretion is when an ambassador to you calls the president on an insecure line in a country known for Russian telecommunications and eavesdropping.
All right. Now, that was just one example of these Republicans sitting around just laughing at everything going on. They think they got this wrapped up. They believe somehow that Donald Trump is going to get completely exonerated by the Senate, and they're going to have their day in court, bringing up the whistleblower and everything, when the whistleblower is immaterial. He is. I mean, and this isn't some witch hunt. We've seen time after time our president engage in conflict of interests in the White House. He makes $110 million a year from his hotels, and all the money that our Secret Service pays to go stay at the hotels that he owns to guard him. It's unbelievable how many golfing trips he's been on, when he said he deplored golfing, and now he does it all the time. This president has virtually lied incessantly about his involvement with Russia. When asked, do you do any business with Russia? He said, no, I'm not doing any business. Right at that time, according to Michael Cohen's testimony, Donald Trump was engaged in a deal with Russia for a Moscow Trump Tower, offering Vladimir Putin a $50 million penthouse suite. That's not a presumption, that's a fact, based on Michael Cohen's testimony. Now, I'm concerned that the Democrats are just focusing just on this Ukrainian thing, which is just the tip of the iceberg. But it is interesting to note the Republicans are flushing out dirt on the Bidens during this whole process, which is great. Biden's family is under investigation with criminal-owned businesses and funding them. All of this is very relevant, and I'm not going to in any way denying that the Democrats are not also corrupt. Therein lies the problem. We've got corruption on both sides because all of these two-party players, left and right, have been dining on oligarch money for years. Lindsey Graham is getting money from a Russian oil oligarch named Blavatnik. Here's an example right there. Lindsey Graham got $800,000 for the 2016 election. Ironically, Joe Biden got $800,000 from Burisma to run against Lindsey Graham in an opposite party. So they're all getting money from these oligarchs to control our election. But this is the guy, this Russian oligarch, gave money also to Mitch McConnell, who, according to this article at PolitiFact, got $2.5 million from that oligarch, as well as another $1 million. So the two top Republicans are receiving Russian money to get reelected. Do you see the conflict of interest here as we approach the Senate regarding Donald Trump's collusion with Russia and trying to rig the Ukrainian political situation and trade $400 million for dirt on his opponent, Joe Biden? I mean, everything is just corrupt. We're sitting on a mountain of corruption here. We're just scratching the surface. Nancy Pelosi's son, Paul, is making money from another agency, a Russian agency, or a Ukrainian agency. He's making money just like Hunter Biden made money. And apparently Hunter Biden has made even more money than that on other deals. So all of this is coming up as we see it percolate under the impeachment lens. The cooking show is over. It was rather quick. I'll be uploading it tonight to my YouTube channel at youtube.com/David John Sponheim, Jon. So the funny thing is Trump is getting paid for working us. So how the hell is it going to help him when he is not paid for being the president? Frankly, Donald Trump has to continue being president. Otherwise, he'll be prosecuted in the state of New York for tax crimes. Okay, radar has scanned a place in Florida. This just came in the news. A high school campus that has 145 graves on it. They're part of a 1-acre historic Ridgewood cemetery. Apparently the campus in Florida was built on the cemetery. This hurts deeply, according to an NAACP official reacting to the graves found on the school grounds. Well, I guess this means they have to dig up the school. Oh well. Move on to another school. I mean, we had a similar problem in our city. They were doing a $10 million revamp of our local town, way more money than we even have, and they ran into some Native American bones in one of the digs, and they had a big deal. It was like huge. Oh, it was like business stopped for 6 months until we dealt with that. I don't know if the missing kids are ever going to resurface, man. They're gone. You know who we need to look for missing bones would be Epstein Island, St. James Island. That's got to be some weird thing. Why the government hasn't sent cadaver dogs out there, I don't know. I mean, there are a lot of women that were on the manifest, Jeffrey Epstein's flight manifest, that never came back. And I'm talking about girls that are 16, 15, 17 years old that never came back. And why the FBI has not investigated that picture of young girls in a dungeon at Epstein's residence in 2007, I mean, it's beyond belief. Look at this camera footage from his multiple cameras that they took when they went in there to Epstein's Island. He has these cameras of all these locations he's videotaping constantly. And one of these pictures has a bunch of kids, looks like girls, huddled over 5-gallon canisters. I don't know what the hell that is, but that's enough to open up a deep investigation into that island. If there are tunnels in there, we need to know. So why the FBI is doing a cursory examination of that island and why they're not even concerned about the fact that Jeffrey Epstein doesn't even match his death photograph. There's all these controversial issues that are not being addressed by our government. So you know the corruption is huge right now. Look at the comparison of the face of the guy who died. The nose is curved. It's got a curve in it versus Epstein's nose. And the ear doesn't match. I mean, how can this possibly be the guy representing Jeffrey Epstein? It's not. Everything is very suspicious here. Okay, you've got some interesting links to Greta's mom at 443. Okay, Greta, she's still making the news. Somebody thought she's a time traveler the other day. It's kind of funny. Let's take a look at this. Oh, God. Yeah, I don't think so. Is that supposed to be a joke or something? I'll play it later, though. Thank you. Used to think that Pizzagate people were total loons. I don't think they're loons. I'm the guy who's been raising concern for the Pizzagate problem. Man shot on the tarmac of LA airport after attacking officers. Okay, I'll look at 443 in a second. Hang on.
Wiggle, 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 yeah. Jackson, wiggle, wiggle, yeah. I said now wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
Oh, that's ridiculous. You're claiming he's a CGI character? That's the most absurd thing I've ever heard, Max. That's absurd. We know that Jeffrey Epstein's real. All right, whatever. Yeah, I'll look at it again, though. Oh, there's something else? Well, that video is full of all kinds of misstatements. Man shot on tarmac of Las Vegas airport after attacking officers. Wow. Guy, I guess he didn't like to get frisked by the airport.
Police treating a man on the tarmac who was shot by an officer following a violent confrontation. It started at 3:30 this morning with a door breach at Terminal 3. 20 minutes later, authorities say they found a man at Terminal 1 in a restricted area.
This individual became extremely irate and attacked one of our officers, knocking him to the ground and actually knocking him unconscious.
Police say the man then attacked a second officer who was using non-lethal tactics to get things under control.
The individual then tried to attack a third officer. That officer fired 2 rounds, striking the subject.
The man was taken to a hospital for surgery. Police are still investigating how he got into an off-limits area. Law enforcement sources familiar with the investigation say he was not a ticketed passenger, but it appears to be an isolated incident with no connection to terrorism.
That's good. Meanwhile, there was a situation at the White House. A car followed the president followed another car trying to get into the gate into the White House. It tried to slip in after another car. They stopped it. They pulled it apart. They arrested the people. And what were they trying to do? Trying to get into the White House, what, for a visit? So that's another story I'll look at in just a second. Taking a look at your What About link. No, we don't take UK links like that. I told you. There's a story here. Let's take a look at 443.
Ooh, yeah.
Okay, Jeffrey's victims. Wow. The last one looks familiar, doesn't she? You're not going to believe this. It's Greta Thunberg's mother. Wow. Okay. That's the story? Okay. Okay. Epstein's victim looks like Greta's mom. Yeah, definitely. There's something going on here. Wow, how dare you? So Greta's mother was a victim of Jeffrey Epstein. That means that they've got control over this family through political control. Whoa, that's even more heavy. That means that the people that employed Jeffrey Epstein, who is still alive, working for the cabal, if you will, the Mossad cabal that controls world politics, that's probably how she got into opera porn. Greta Thunberg's mother was a victim of Jeffrey Epstein. This is a shocking story, Max. Thank you for that. I'll look into that later. Medveral, we don't know. We don't know if Greta's been victimized by anybody. And that's a very outrageous allegation. I can't see going there. Yeah, but thanks for offering. I mean, there's a lot of lookalikes out there. There's even a woman from 1898, a young girl that looks very much like Greta, here seen in this picture. Yeah, very strange. I tweeted Mia Farrow today about this story. Let me get to my tweet. It's pretty funny. I know. Mia Farrow wrote, 120-year-old photo sparks theories that Greta Thunberg is a time travel. She forgot the traveler here. I guess Mia Farrow's in a very, she's got a lot of kids, and she's a busy lady who has returned to save our planet, and she posted it here. She got this thread a lot later than we did, but I wrote her, said, this is actually Greta working in the gold mine of liberal tax dollars, promoting climate solutions without discussing chemtrails. So I believe this is an actual photo of her working in the gold mine of liberal tax dollars promoting climate solutions. I'm sure she's a child slave of some sort, exploited to promote the Agenda 21 and Agenda 2030, where they want to tax all of us for the carbon coming out of our ass. No offense, but seriously. Okay, Dave, I'm going to pitch you a new skit. You do really good Mr. Rogers, and you do a really good Alex Jones. You combine them both. Alex Jones and Mr. Rogers talk conspiracy theories would be hilarious. Okay, yeah. That would be kind of cool. Like take Alex Jones' wild thinking and then match it with Mr. Rogers' simple-minded, well, that sounds very special. Could it be We're Neighbors? I could do that. Yeah, I'll work on that skit. I'll have Sarah drop the lyrics for it because she is a huge Mr. Rogers fan. Not so much the new guy who's pretending to be Mr. Rogers. Tom Hanks. Oh my gosh. What was he thinking when, with all the allegations of Tom Hanks with kids and all these allegations of perversion, he does an impersonation of Mr. Rogers? Is that somehow going to help him? Mr. Rogers is the most respected guy out there, but everyone thinks he's a little pervy, if you know what I mean. But why would Tom Hanks do that? Well, I know exactly why. They love to hide in plain sight. And if these allegations are true, I have no evidence, so I can't really say. All right, we did a lot of tweeting today. I talked about one guy who got really pissed at me. Yeah, I wrote a story. I basically said this country needs a good enema, and the impeachment is barely a laxative. So this guy wrote, you can tell a lot about a person and where their mind is based on metaphors they come up with. Now, I only did that to get a rise out of somebody, and it turns out this guy who's stalking me, Regis Chilbin, it's really T. Rucker, who faked his death. And I found out I wasn't shadow banned by just making this outlandish statement. So I wrote, I knew I would get a reaction from someone who's so anally retentive that their constipation spills out onto the internet. Thanks for biting. But that was the only response I got from all my amazing emails today, and I did a lot of other stuff too. I'm convinced that my analytics are showing me, watch this. My analytics are showing me that it's absolutely bizarre. I've had 33.7 thousand tweet impressions in the past 28 days. And I've had 38 mentions and 204 profile visits. And I lost 5 followers. Isn't that amazing? I didn't gain 5 or 100 followers out of 26,000 impressions. So I'm proving that the censorship is very real on Twitter. How do you get 26,000 impressions and lose 5 of your followers? It's ridiculous. I mean, this is beyond belief. I've talked to people that tell me that when they check out my Twitter numbers, that I have over 75,000 followers, yet I only show about 900. And that number has remained the same for 8 years now, which is bizarre. So this story is captivating, don't get me wrong, but I'm now looking for pictures of Greta from 1700 and 1600. And so maybe she is a time traveler. We just don't know it. We need more proof, though. Yeah, last night I did the amazing morphing of my face with hers, and it's pretty interesting. Okay, we got some stories that we have to get to here. No, I missed it. I had a Joe Biden tweet, and I had a Bernie Sanders tweet, but it's gone. Let me look it up real quick. Try UHF is good, yeah. Let me look under tweet. Yeah, once you lose a tweet, that you're gone forever. You just can't even pull it up. Oh well. Thanks. Yeah. I'm sorry for you Republicans that you still believe Donald Trump. I really am, because you're really blowing it big time. He's clearly working for Vladimir Putin. He especially worked for Vladimir Putin in this recent attempt to knock off the foreign aid to Ukraine for months on end, preventing them from getting the much needed support they needed to fight the Russians. It's amazing to me that you would even think that Donald is helping America when everything he does seems to be helping Putin. It's absurd that you think that he's doing great things. He hasn't even built 100 miles of the fence, and it's been 3 years. You keep clinging to this idea there's no collusion, no corruption, when he is a man who virtually lives in a world of corruption. He knows the Gambino family. He studied under Roy Cohn, the fixer for the mob. Donald Trump is as deep into corruption as you'll ever get. And you still think he's really a great guy. It just amazes me. So buy 10,000 followers for $80? I might consider it. Yeah. Yeah, for real. Thanks for the link. Because I have been censored so hard, I doubt they'd be able to get a 10,000 followers for me. But it's worth $80, that's for sure. Thanks, Chatroom Celebrity. You're talking about a sexual assault in the UK again? Yeah, we're not taking those stories here. I told you that. You're taking up space. Focus on politics solely. If it's going to be UK, make it about the Brexit. All right, thanks. Because I know sexual perversion is one of your topics that you love to talk about, but it doesn't really help our show much. Texas school lunch employee planted secret camera in boy's bathroom, police say. A janitor discovered the hidden camera while replacing toilet paper dispensers at the El Campo, Texas school. Scott Gilardi was charged with 3 criminal counts: improper photography in a bathroom, possession of child pornography, and possession of child... What a freak! He puts it in an elementary school... Oh, man. And, of course, there's no picture. All right, now you know that John Yoo, the former lawyer for George W. Bush that justified torture of enemy combatants violating the Geneva Convention, he was attacking Vindman the other day, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, and now Vindman's suing back. He's suing the Fox News Network for the attacks that John Yoo made on the Laura Ingraham show. Isn't that interesting? Vindman's got a stellar record. He's a Purple Heart recipient. John Yoo was implying that because he's a Ukrainian-born but a U.S. citizen, that somehow the guy is committing espionage. I mean, that's just ridiculous. This is the kind of guy that justified torturing people under George W. Bush. We are so far down the wrong road, I can't even tell you. Where America was 30 years ago has been bastardized and violated and corrupted by so many people that have rewritten the talking points for this country. We're not an openly gay country. We're a country that tolerates gays. We're not in any way bending over to the global world order on climate change. We're the country that should be leading on cleaning up our environment. We're not a country that's going to become communist like Ocasio-Cortez or Bernie Sanders and take away our vehicles. We're a country that uses our infrastructure daily and needs to keep that up to speed. If we have to deal with carbon emissions, let's start filtering the air. Let's develop technology that can solve problems. Let's not just pretend like, oh gosh, somebody else is going to solve this problem, not us. So I have some unique ideas for air filtration. I've got some really good ideas for water filtration. And I've got a very important plan to end the chemtrails that are being dumped on our heads. Now, if we don't stop this endless attack on the environment by the global elitists that literally spray us like insects, we'll never have any chance of living. Do you think the stuff that they're sticking in the air right now that you're breathing is healthy for you? I don't. There is no way that can be healthy for you. I don't have to be an expert at chemistry to understand that they're dumping huge amounts of chemicals in the sky and I can see it. It's not some make-believe story that, yeah, we're not coming up with concocting these ideas because it's fun. Now, I have photographs that I could prove to you that this is happening on a daily basis, and I could do that with minimal effort. Just playing a video can show you all the things that are happening right before your very eyes. Hillary the movie, a must-see. Okay. I guess I'll look at it. Thank you. It looks like a good movie. I'll play tonight. Sounds good. Thanks, Max. You're getting a lot of your links from 153news.net now. That's good. And Caesarism, according to Voodoo, he's got a link to the decline of Western civilization. Caesarism. Okay, that looks good too, man. All these great links makes our show in the evening very enjoyable. It starts at 10 p.m., our video segment. So if you happen to be asleep and want to wake up and you've got insomnia, do it. Come on in. Come on down. Somebody said, I like your show, David, because it's free. Exactly. And it's fun to hang out in a room and chat with people. So how is that not a win-win for everybody, right? So these are the things that really are photographs, time-lapse photographs of skies above us that are being polluted daily, and they're trying to make us believe somehow that we're the cause when we buy a piece of meat, or when we go down the street to do some shopping and our muffler has a little bit of pollution coming out of it. No, this is the real cause of the climate change that we're experiencing, if indeed you want to admit that. So here's a sensible plan. I'm not Greta. I don't have the money that George Soros has backing him. And I'm not here to in any way try to tax you for mistakes that industrialists like George Soros made with their money, polluting the environment. I'm here to help clean the air and the water for all of you so that you can have a rich and prosperous life, and your family and your children can be prosperous as well. So I want to give myself a round of applause. Thank you, David. Thank you. Yeah, somebody's got to toot your own horn, right? An airline steward is caught spraying insecticide on passengers. Watch this, folks. This is unbelievable.
I am in Perth, Australia right now, and I just had 6 police officers escort me off of the plane because I decided to be a little bit of an activist and complain and maybe more like raise a little hell because they were spraying aerosol cans. So the new thing is that airplanes will now go around and spray aerosol cans throughout the cargo after the plane is landing and basically disinfect the entire airplane. They're saying that they're killing bugs, but don't worry, the bugs are not killing any people. We're just killing any bugs that could potentially come from Bali, Indonesia.
This is ridiculous. I'm glad that she did this. Thank you. And she's not the only one who spotted these fumigants on board planes. They don't filter the airplane air at all. There isn't one plane flying commercially that filters the air. So if you get some guy sit next to you with body odor beyond belief, like happened to me 20 years ago when I did fly, we pulled into Oakland. It was like all of Oakland's toilet came into our seat, and he sat down. It was beyond belief. The whole place was like this until we arrived in Los Angeles 3 hours later, or 1 hour later. No air is filtered. You could have people with very bad pathogens spreading disease, and they have no filters and no preparation for any of that. Why don't we install HEPA filters in all our planes? Because that would actually cut back on their profit. Well, for that matter, why don't we have parachutes on planes, preventing them from crashing? Yes, we saw that video last night on NBC, a young lady getting, an 8-year-old girl getting rescued. Now, Tekwala was in Indonesia a few years ago. He got bit by something overnight. Was it that bug that crawls into your penis and sets up its home? Some guy had a penis bug. Yeah. No, we have to do what's right and forward, not what is wrong and backward. You got it all mixed up, please, Mr. David. Thank you, Bengalitis, for supporting me wholeheartedly. Yeah, I was sitting next to a guy who had body odor that he hadn't washed in 30 or 40 days. I'm going to say maybe 2 years. It was the worst I've ever seen. I wished I could have just taken him into the bathroom and rinsed off his arms, but it would have been more like the Pope cleaning his feet, you know. Here, let me get a pot of hot water and clean your feet like Jesus did. But no. You hear the Pope is actually setting up a homeless center outside of the Vatican. That's how bad things are in Italy right now. Pope Francis is setting up a homeless center. I don't know where he's going with it, but he does want to be canonized and turned into a saint someday. Yes, there's an eel that shoots right into your penis. It happened in Amazon. The Amazon, a guy was swimming in Africa, actually, and he had some sort of a worm crawl into his penis. Let's not talk about that stuff. We got other things to talk about, like Jeffrey Epstein's accuser sues his estate, calls on Prince Andrew to speak under oath. So now the suits are flying, even though Epstein is, secretly tucked away somewhere with probably a new face, now that he got out of the jail and he got back to the island. But now they're going to sue his brother, Mark Epstein, who is handling his alleged death. A woman identified as Jane Doe is alleging that the disgraced financier preyed upon and trafficked, sexually abused her when she was 15 years old. There she is with Gloria Allred. You know, I stood next to Gloria Allred a few years ago, and she really does wear red all the time. She does. Okay, you got another article on sex assault in Scotland. It just never ends here. Alex Salmon accused of sexual assaults on 10 women. Wow. Mr. Salmon arrived at the High Court in Edinburgh ahead of the hearing before Lady Dorian. Well, I doubt that Prince Andrew is going to be facing anytime soon, but they talk possibly about getting him to speak out. He may be testifying in the U.S., Prince Andrew, on this Epstein case. But this young lady says she was violated by Epstein at 15. He preyed upon, trafficked, and sexually abused her when she was 15 years old. She's now 31. He spoke at a news conference with Gloria Allred standing next to her. Okay. And no word on Harvey Weinstein's case. You know, notice how that's kind of taken a back seat. Nobody knows what's going on with that. He still hasn't been prosecuted, and there were 50 women that claimed he raped them. And they were reporting it to the Beverly Hills Police for 7 years, and not one case ever got to trial except now. and you don't know about it. And what's going on? I'm still waiting on. It should have been adjudicated by now. Harvey Weinstein, if you guys hear anything about that, send a link. The Me Too generation kind of petered out, no pun intended. Mission update. NATO's new enemy is Chinese communist. Really? Okay. Pompeo tells the alliance, okay, Pompeo, the known reported liar, is claiming that China is our new. Well, yeah, they're putting an aircraft carrier out there in the South China Sea, and they're very angry at us for some reason. I think it's all in preparation of meeting Donald Trump on trade talks. They're going to make sure they got him by the short hairs. He'll probably be going, "Oh, why don't you just do like Vladimir does? Use my sex tape against me. You'll get anything you want." Ugh. What about me? 1 and 1? One and one what? MGTOW knows all about the Me Too movement and how detrimental it is to a man's financial and mental health. So are you a MGTOW who's been violated, or you feel that women have called you a violator? Hey, hello, Bob. Nice to see you. Well, Twitch, I haven't been responding over there. Let me see what Shadow says. You know, we don't even check this out. Yeah, I know I'm being censored when they completely got rid of the number of people in my chat room. This is my Twitch chat room, and they won't even tell me how many people are watching me at any given time, but my number goes up about 150 a day. But they never tell me how many people are in the chat room. It's amazing. So you haven't said anything in that chat room, man. So if you're trying to get a hold of me, I mean, you're not, they're shadow banning you, man. Harvey Weinstein confronted by multiple people at a New York City bar. Let's take a look. More on the deviants that are getting away with it.
Nobody's gonna say anything?
Harvey Weinstein's night out at a Manhattan bar triggered raw emotion.
I'm gonna stand 4 feet from a rapist, and nobody's gonna say anything.
The elephant in the room.
Comedian Kelly Bachman, who is herself a rape survivor, was there to do stand-up.
What was your first thought when you realized it was him?
Shock and kind of disbelief, a feeling of being triggered.
She called Weinstein out on stage.
I didn't know that we have to bring our own maze and rape whistles to Actors Hour, y'all.
Getting boos and then some cheers.
This kills at group therapy for rape survivors. They love it, yeah.
Woo! Woo! Yeah! A spokesperson for the 67-year-old says he was just out with friends, enjoying the music, adding, "This scene was uncalled for, downright rude, and an example of how due process today is being squashed by the public." Weinstein pleaded not guilty to 5 felony charges in New York and has repeatedly denied allegations of non-consensual sex.
I don't think he should just get to jump back into his comfy life as a respected producer who hangs around young, beautiful actors.
The trial is set to begin in January, but the public anger towards the disgraced movie mogul, a sign some aren't waiting for a verdict. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News, New York.
Wow. Yeah, that's shocking. That's so shocking.
It's
I'm
easy
frozen.
to see this little dog named Piglet is different.
He's a pink dog.
That's nice. Yeah, I was frozen. I was shocked by that behavior. I could barely even believe it. Okay, he's partying in Manhattan as he's nearing trial. Thanks for getting that information. And another piece of information on a teen. Let's take a look at this. This never seems to end here. A teen who ran slave for sale Craigslist ad on black classmate faces a hate crime charge. Okay. That's a pretty bad thing to do. Yeah. I don't think it comes under the heading of free speech, does it? Well, Bob, that's very strange, but I got news for you, man. I'm being banned all over the place. Twitch knocked me down. It's glitchy, Shadow2K says. And you said, hello, Mr. David. Are you the person who's hacking me over at Twitch? The guy who works at the CIA? Is that happening or what? I don't know what the hell. He parties in Manhattan, just having a good old time. Yeah. Nearing trial, he reportedly parties in Manhattan. Okay. Yeah. I guess he has no worries, right? He knows he'll get off. He's already gotten off 50 times with women. Yeah. He gets off twice, and then he's getting off after he got off. Okay, if any of you are having problems with your vision, you may be one of the many people who are starting to develop the early onset of macular degeneration. Believe it or not, there is a tremendous amount of UV light coming at you. Hi there, awesome. Fake awesome, how are you? So what I do is I have these UVEX glasses made by Honeywell. For only $10, they really block the UV light. It's amazing. I get them at Amazon. You can buy these. I'm not promoting the product. I'm just saying, hey, they're 91% rated for $10, so you can't lose. If your kids are using a tablet a lot, you got to get them these glasses. Otherwise, they're going to ultimately have macular degeneration. The blue light from the LEDs of all the things that are coming at us with very little technology screening for safety definitely has damaging effects. They're good looking, yeah, they're not bad. They're good for night driving too. Uvex is a brand. It's not UV blocking, but Uvex glasses, when you look at it online and you say you open up a new browser right here and go Uvex UV block glasses and type in Amazon, it should pop right up. Yeah, you can get something like these. See these? Yeah. These are super safety glasses, and they're pretty affordable. They're as low as $10. These are 19. They're a little more stylish, but whatever. Unless maybe the price went up. I don't know. All right, back to Harvey having a good time. So this is the scummiest, weirdest, freakiest guy of Hollywood who's been getting away with all this for years. And some of the greatest actresses out there, like Gwyneth Paltrow, has been abused by this guy, allegedly. And still, the guy, he's laughing his way through the trial. It's like he doesn't even care. He knows his attorneys can buy him out of this. He Googles himself every day, and is planning a Hollywood comeback after his criminal trial, Max has discovered. Boy, you got a lot on Harvey. I think we're almost overwhelmed with Harvey right now. He's got Harvey on his mind. He's got Harvey on his mind. So he just Googles himself every day. The disgraced mogul is just, you know, having the time of his life. Look at that. Looks like he's gained a few pounds. Now, you got links. I appreciate it. You covered the story. So this trial is still waiting. He's hanging out with Hillary? A friend of Harvey Weinstein said the disgraced mogul spends his days Googling himself. Oh, this was a 2012 gala at Hillary's house. Yeah. That's special. Isn't that super special? Here is the link I wanted to show you. Listen to Bernie talk about what he wants to do with the future of our... Well, he's worried that we're all going to collapse in 9 years. Talk about a fearmonger socialist.
I've introduced legislation to just do that. Now, I disagree.
He's waiting on his cue here. Are you okay? Are you having another heart attack? Hang on.
With the thrust of the original question, because your question has said, what are we going to do in decades? We don't have decades. But the scientists are telling us that we don't get our act together within the next 8 or 9 years. We're talking about cities all over the world, major cities going underwater. We're talking about increased drought, talking about increased extreme weather disturbances. The United Nations is telling us that in the years to come, there are going to be hundreds of millions of climate refugees.
Yeah, well, why don't you become one of those climate refugees and sell one of your 3 houses that you bought after you rigged the election with Hillary last year, you scumbag? And how come you won't talk about chemtrails? What a scumbag. Can you believe that Bernie talking about the end of the world when he doesn't even want to address chemtrails? None of these people want to address chemtrails because they'll look weird. Oh, we don't want to talk about something as obvious as somebody dumping chemicals on our head every day. You see why we need a third party, everybody? I do. Every day I'm convincing myself of the importance of a third party. It doesn't get more serious than this. So I came up with the third party concept. Yeah, he hates billionaires, but now that he's a millionaire, he likes them. He likes millionaires. Click on the image. All right. We're on a roll now. Oh, there you go. It's like $8.40. It doesn't have the styling that mine has, but you get the same UVEX quality for only $8.40. That's right. I'll get any car, any place. I'll paint any car for only... Anyway, that was a joke. You wouldn't know what I'm talking about because you don't know who Earl Scheib is. Nobody does anymore. The king of car painting. I'll paint any car for only $29.99. Thanks for that link. Appreciate it. And you got this one too? Oh, that was the link. All right. Okay. Now it's up to what, $1,499 Earl Scheib? I don't even know if Earl Scheib still has a job. I mean, he died, but I mean, I wonder if his company's still in business. Hey, Sir Patrick Moore died peacefully at his home last week, 89. But it's a miracle that this rock star bought his house. Brian May. They shared a bond in science and were so close, the guitarist even bought Sir Patrick's house to make sure he could live there for the rest of his life. His house in West Sussex was purchased, paying £40,000 above the market value until Patrick Moore died, who died recently, his home last week. Well, that's wonderful. And it's young, you know, guys that really take an interest in older people that really have to thank the world. Now, technology is the big issue. So I'm going to remove these issues right now because they're obviously important, but we'll be dealing with these for centuries. I'm going to show you Elon Musk's new iterative design that he's creating, and it crashed. It blew up on the tarmac yesterday. I don't know, man. It just looks to me like it's tinfoil. In the 1950s, Earl Scheib expanded his company with locations across the nation. Thank you. He started at only $29.95. No ups, no extras. I think you had to mask your own windows too, otherwise they'll paint your windows. I don't know why he didn't have his home paid off. He had lots of money. It just makes no sense, does it, Badger Waxa? Well, anyways, Elon Musk, the guy who likes to do crack cocaine to stay up and admitted it, he just doesn't know how to handle anything. I mean, look at this thing. It looks like a tinfoil rocket. It's got a little dent in it now, and it's like, seriously, is this guy really planning on developing a space flight for average people? I don't believe it. Oh, really? I did not know that. So now we have another link regarding the Netanyahu corruption charges, which amount to Foodgate and Gasgate. Well, they got Netanyahu's son talking to one of the sons of the gas company that got the deal, and the gas company guy's son was bragging about how Netanyahu got the contract for him, and then it went around to the son. The Gasgate story has emanated forward, and now Netanyahu's calling it an orchestrated witch hunt, much like Trump is saying about his thing. But the Foodgate's another weird one. His wife was getting a caterer, and the caterer, or the cook, ordered a caterer as opposed to make the meal himself.
He's a survivor But tonight, Benjamin Netanyahu is in trouble. After long deliberations, Israel's Attorney General, one of Netanyahu's former close advisors, indicted the prime minister on charges of bribery, fraud, and breach of trust. Netanyahu called it a political coup. He's also called it a witch hunt. The charge sheet says differently. Netanyahu is accused of doling out favors to media tycoons in exchange for flattering news coverage and hundreds of thousands of dollars in gifts. Netanyahu is down, but not out. Politics are in turmoil in Israel. 2 elections and 3 attempts to form a coalition have failed to produce a new government for a year. President Trump, a big supporter, has been trying to help the Israeli leader, changing 4 decades of American policy, legitimizing Jewish settlements, a step Netanyahu has been calling for. He's hoping voters in Israel will reward him for his close relations with the President of the United States.
Netanyahu could face a new election within a month, and this indictment may be a major factor. Polls in Israel indicate the majority of Israelis don't want their leader to be simultaneously running the country and trying to defend his name in court.
It's a shame that they don't have a leader who can lead, as opposed to a man who's constantly belabored by his own misdeeds, whether he did it or not. But I guess now every leader in the world is facing all kinds of issues preventing them from leading. And you've got to wonder how many of these issues are real and how many of them are confabulated. Our concern at America's Third Party is that we're catering to Israel's mistreatment of the Palestinian people. The nation of Israel should be more accountable for what they're doing, as opposed to getting a free pass like they've gotten from Donald Trump. And I'm sure they'd get one from Joe Biden, too, if he were to win. Biden's a Zionist, so is Trump, and they unabashedly support Israel no matter what, even if they kill 61 innocent Palestinians like they did last year. I can't go to Israel. I don't have my passport. I don't plan on leaving America. And it's not a big thing for me to leave America. I can do more here on the show than I can anywhere else. No, he did not joke. No, Pazuzu Power, Elon Musk did not joke about that tweet. He would have recanted the tweet if he had joked about it. There's a tweet saying, somebody asked Elon, how do you stay up? And he says, lots of crack. He would have recanted that, saying, I was just kidding, but he didn't do that. I think Elon Musk was being painfully honest and trying to brag about it. Okay, we've got a 2020 plan for Trump here. Yeah. 20 cases of treason and 20 cases for obstruction. Yes. Definitely. I think that'll work for him. Yeah, the 2020 plan. You get 200 and going past go and collect a free pass out of jail, too. Hopefully. I mean, Trump probably won't see any jail time. But he probably will face civil lawsuits, no question about it, especially in New York. That's why he moved out of New York last week. Yeah, he doesn't want anyone to know that he's been doing a lot of side deals in New York, and they're not happy about it. They got a special place for him over at Jeffrey Epstein's cell is open at the Metropolitan Correctional Center. Donald, I think it's time. He's tweeting madly. Did you hear that he was tweeting today that he has excellent hearing and that he would never be able to hear a phone call if it's on a private line? And he didn't even hear the testimony of the people in the impeachment hearing said that they heard a speakerphone, and he keeps running around saying, "No, I can't hear a little phone. My ears are very good. I can't hear it." He's denying that it was on speakerphone. Oh man, he's so out of it. Some people say he's not even coherent when they talk to him. So you Republicans are standing behind a president who can babble and he can run his mouth off and talk about what a great job he's doing, but you can't really say what kind of a job he's doing, can you? Israel's a great place. You know, they have these tours for the elite where they cart people over to watch bombings from an elevated point. The Gaza Gear Tour. Are you serious? That's not the name? You made that up? Something like that? You know, Tekwala, I'd never been to Israel, but you're Jewish. You could go there. You could become a landed Jew. Yeah, they would love to have you. You know, you make like $35,000 a year just being Jewish, living at a kibbutz. You know where they get the money to pay people $35,000 a year? Yeah, they get U.S. tax dollars. No, my hair is, you know, there's a little gray in it, but as you know, I use a colorant, a plant protein. I haven't used my plant protein lately. Yeah. I'll probably do my colorant next week with my avocado treatment. It's getting a little bit dry and it needs a little coloring. You're right. The International Criminal Court says Israel as well as Hamas may be guilty of war crimes at the Gaza border. Pazuzu Power, thank you. Well, we know investigations are ongoing, but that's Scotland politics. We're not doing that here. Remember we told you that? English politics are okay. Excuse me. We just got a George Carlin picture that just shocking. If only they'd put chemtrails in that picture. That's pretty cool, that GIF. I like it. Thank you for that. Very special. Well, isn't that super special? Hey, the Czech government is approving digital tax aimed at internet giants. Problem is, no one really cares, except for the Czech government. Okay, go for it, Czech government. They're attacking Google. The Czech government approved a 7% digital tax proposal on Monday, aimed at boosting state office coffers by taxing advertising. Good luck. How are you going to tax people that are getting VPNs outside of your country? Most people will just access someplace outside of their country and they won't pay anything. I don't know if that's been well thought out or not. Okay, 30 years, we again face threats from authoritarian regimes. Well, that's because you treat them like crap. Donald Trump has treated the Chinese government poorly. They don't need Google. Yeah, that's right. They use Yandex. Correct. Well, you seem to know a lot about the Czech Republic. Are you Czech by chance? Here's a picture of somebody who we remember. Let's take a look. Oh, there he is. The worst despot on earth. Showing his little heart. Oh, that's sick. To think that Donald Trump read his speeches every night before he went to bed, according to Ivana Trump in a deposition. And he could barely read. He was like struggling to read Hitler's speeches, Donald was. Yes. Bribery, fraud, breach of trust, Netanyahu. I can't even believe that the Israeli government still has this leader of the Likud party as their main guy. I mean, why don't they have anybody else in Israel who can lead? This is ridiculous. You know, I'm telling you, Tekwala, you may want to become a landed Jew. You could be their leader. With a mouth like you got, you could lead Israel. Petoro, it's been a long time. Where have you been? Yeah, were you arrested on child pornography charges or something? How come you haven't been in here? Where have you been, man? I've missed you. I think he just got out of jail, man. Why else would he be gone so long? He's the secretary to the Pope himself. So what's been keeping you away from our show? I mean, I don't get it. This story just came in from Max. Third-party presidential votes are going to be very, very likely in 2020. It's too bad no one knows who I am. Well, you've been working constantly in Italy? Okay. So there were no child pornography charges against you? Excellent. Because that would be a bad thing. Voters clearly aren't happy with the major party choices they're likely to get in 2020. Nearly 4 out of 10 say they're likely to vote for a third-party candidate. That means I could win. So all you folks have to do is get me on the ballot in every state, and I can win. There you go. I've got the numbers, folks. We got 40% of the vote in a three-way tie. That's definitely a win-win. Why are you speaking in Russian? You realize what a pain that is? I do this. This is constant. I have to translate. Well, thank you, Pazuzu Power. Appreciate it. We do this every night. I've been doing this for 11 years, but I haven't had 1 minute of of airtime, let alone 1 second. The show would not have been complete without Adolf commercials. I don't support Adolf Hitler here. Oh, you're talking to somebody else? Okay. Why are you talking to somebody else in Russian? That's just so weird. I'm going to mute that. Don't communicate in Russian here, okay? Here's a very clever little picture of Greta. Somebody did a little image of her. You know, this is the same propaganda technique that Hitler used back in the day, you know. It's not some new thing they're doing. Pushing Greta all over the place is exactly what Hitler did. Greta-like girls. It's a scam. It's a scam. This has been going on for a long time. All right, well, thanks for the clever little picture, but I think that's too favorable of Greta. She's not that good looking. I don't think Sarah and I would have a child, unless, of course, it was in vitro fertilization after the age of 40, you know. Say I were to become a national phenom this year, and the trajectory of our show went from a few people that come in here to millions of people, and the censorship was lifted by the CIA and the NSA. Thank you, Petoro, for saying I look younger. That's very kind of you. If that happened, Sarah and I could move to the White House, I could marry her, and then we could have a baby that wouldn't be a bastard. But Sarah and I don't want children. She doesn't want children. I don't want children. I don't want to bring kids into a world that's so disturbing that I would have to stand there and say, they would say, Daddy, why are they spraying those chemicals in the sky? Because I have no power and the rich people want to poison us. How do you tell a kid that? I mean, how do you tell a kid, I don't have any power and the rich people are poisoning us. Welcome to the world we live in. The kid would probably say, why did you give birth to me? Trump hosted Zuckerberg for undisclosed dinner at the White House in October. Yeah. Trump is getting anything he can from the corporate world. He is a bottom dweller. I mean, he's running out of money too. You know, Trump has to come up with $30 million a month to cover his nut. And I don't mean his testicles. That's right. The interest on his debt is $30 million a month. People don't know that Trump is deep in debt. That's why these people control him. And you Republicans continue to support him, which is absurd. So he's hosting Zuckerberg. I mean, talk about a two-faced. Donald Trump isn't going to stop the deep state. He's sucking the deep state. He wrapped his lips around the deep state and he's giving a good suck. You hear that sound? That sucking sound? That's Donald Trump sucking off the deep state. Yeah. Oh, I've got proof right here. Check it out. Here he is with his suck position in his mouth. Hear that sucking position? That's Donald Trump wondering why the third party is going to kick his ass. I welcome him to run again because I'd like to take on the third party, like to take on Donald Trump and whatever weirdo the Democrats are pitching. I know they're copying me. Hello, would you like a little lift? I know you want your dinner. I know. Well, your mother decided to hang out at work too long today, and she said it was going to be a late day today, so Sarah won't be in until later. The pioneering Brits who are heralding the dawn of the new Zeppelin age. Oh yeah, they're copying my idea just like Boeing did when I told them my idea, the blimp plane. So Britain is building a fleet of the world's biggest Zeppelin sheds. That's pretty amazing. Wow. Well, they certainly know how to build Zeppelins in England, don't they? Good for them. The doomed R101 in one of the hangars. Well, they got a big building operation, the Cardington Airship Hangars in Bedfordshire. Really? The hybrid air vehicles are the thing of the future. I'm way ahead of the group, basically. I'm a person who's done amazing things. I told my blimp plane idea to Boeing in 2010 or 2009 at the Beyond Oil convention, and at Microsoft, and Boeing ran with the idea, and they built their own hybrid blimp plane. Isn't that amazing? They acted like they'd already thought of it, and then they said, "Oh, we're thinking about that too," and then they went around and did the same thing that I was talking to them about. But my idea is more important because I'll take a look at that 1956 Republican platform in a second. My idea is using old fuselage of old planes to make a blimp plane. And it's pretty terrific. Let me see if I got a blimp plane to show you here. Yeah, we go through this. Here's the generic medicine solution, the mobile medical unit idea, the idea that Trump stole and then gave it up, didn't even bother talking about it once he won the election. Yeah, that was what a sad day for America. We've got an infrastructure bank offering 2% loans. I am the originator of the Universal Basic Income Plan, the UBI. That's my idea, not Trump's, not Andrew Yang's, rather. Yeah, Trump's not offering a UBI. Andrew Yang is. Universal Basic Income. You know what a UBF is, right? It's a kind of an amateur term doctors use for people with gut aches. A UBF is an unborn fart. It's not a medical term, but it's used commonly among doctors. Whenever somebody's suffering from a gut ache and they don't know what it is, they call it a UBI or UBF rather. Isn't that fascinating? I knew you'd like that. Not many people know these little side notes. You descended. I'm not a big Andrew Yang guy. No, I consider him a thief of my idea. And doubling it is just a low ball. We could never afford the 1,000 per person without taking from our military. But here's the blimp plane in all its beauty. The original blimp plane will fly at approximately up to 7,000 feet elevation. You cussed out Jesse Stenslin in my defense. Told Sarah I still have lawn size from your previous count we'll use next year for... Thanks, Ron. I didn't know you were taking all my lawn signs and cussed out Jesse. Thanks for telling me. You must live in the area. Anyway, this concept is very realistic because we have over 7,000 old planes sitting around waiting to be used. And you got to wonder, why would we not use them? The infrastructure is still there. Well, they not only could have like a vape lounge in the back here. This whole section could be a vape lounge. All right, vape. Yeah. But we'll be filtering all the air on board. So you'll never be breathing THC. The THC would go out the back. But I'm envisioning blowout parachutes out of the back, rear, and the aft, as well as the wings. I even envision the exoskeleton of this particular dirigible to have a wrap of Kevlar, which could open up into a large parachute itself and be tethered to the main frame. All of these ideas are totally doable. So you would never crash in these planes. There would never be like a Blimpenberg incident where the blimp goes down because it hits some wiring. Yeah, we'd make these invincible to any crash catastrophe. Isn't that a brilliant idea? And I think you could get these things down to about $100 to go from LA to New York. It will take about 10 hours, but imagine hanging out, getting a sleeper on board, and maybe even renting a room if you really, meet somebody and go, hey, let's get it on. They'll have little teeny rooms in there for up to 2 people available. Or say a couple just wants to sleep the whole trip, you're suffering from jet lag, and you just go in their little room and you're good to go. You get the room on board. It's a small room. It's like those cubicles they have in Tokyo where people sleep. Yeah. David used you, I watched you. What? What are you saying? We could use Vaughn Live as a homeless shelter. Yeah. There are waves of sightings of UFOs in 1896 and 1897. I did not know that. Most of the UFO sightings occurred in the 1950s. There have been a marked reduction in UFO sightings ever since the 1950s, which is a strange, odd reality. Yeah, I don't understand it. Anyway, I think it's safe to say that something like this would save a lot of infrastructure that we currently have and make use of it. And we'd be able to travel up to 300 miles an hour in these units. Not putting stress on the plane itself, but rather providing a tremendous... Thank you. A tremendous stress-free trip where you don't have to worry about crashing, you know? That's one of my biggest complaints about getting on a plane ever since 9/11. I haven't flown. Number one, the navigation system is hackable, according to experts. That's seriously disturbing. I can't get on a plane because I don't trust it's safe for me or the people getting on it. Second of all, I don't want somebody grabbing my junk when I walk up to the airport and say, yeah, we got to feel your junk, man. I mean, come on. Or even look at my junk through some scanner. Now, I don't want my obvious junk to get seen by the world through some scanner as I'm walking through an airport. And some scumbag with his newspaper in his lap is masturbating to a picture of me or some woman. I do believe that Epstein is alive. I don't know if the body of the guy is Hillary Clinton's brother or anybody, but I do believe that Epstein's alive, Ron. Jane Fonda and Sam Waterston are teaming up. What are they doing? Arrested at the U.S. Capitol climate protest. Now, these people are such airheads, Jane Fonda and Sam Waterston. They don't even want to talk about chemtrails. All the Democrats refuse to mention the word chemtrail because that's weird. But when they talk about stratospheric aerosol injection being a solution to climate change, oh, that's okay. Watch police as they arrest Sam Waterston and Jane in their vain attempt to raise awareness for the global elitists and climate change and Greta Gate. Oh. Oh, God. You know, if only she'd make a stand and stand up for stopping chemtrails. Why does she stand around acting like we should all pay the price for industrial elitists that have made tons of money off of our backs? Why should we cover their carbon point problem, huh? Jane Fonda married Ted Turner for money. Yeah. I wonder what her settlement was, because she seems to have plenty of cash. And what has she done lately? I mean, on Golden Pond 4 or something? Does she ever want to do another movie? Clinton Foundation is bleeding cash. Well, they got plenty in the bank. Don't worry. Yeah, the revenue is stopped for the Clintons because they just can't play their con game anymore. Nobody ever investigated them.
You did this. We thought you were going to run again. You decided.
My family voted it down.
I know they did. So tell us about Deval Patrick. What do you think?
I don't know anything about him. This is the first I've heard his voice.
You know, I don't care if Deval Patrick runs. I really don't. It's irrelevant to me. He's a black guy, another token black guy like Booker. I mean, do we really need a token black guy? We had Obama for 8 years. We didn't get anywhere with that, right? The foundation cost $16.8 million on revenue, lost $16.8 million in revenue, and $30 million in revenue in 2018. Well, they got $5.4 billion to draw from. I don't think that's a problem. So what if they're bleeding cash? Who cares? Obama set us back 8 years, I know. He wasted our time with Obamacare. Can you play the video? Your Wi-Fi sucks. I don't really want to play that video. That's just that's not the video. It doesn't represent what they're doing. Like so many videos, they don't match the videos that you'd expect them to be. There's something else. That's a Devon for president clip.
All right. And Mark Cuban is here. You did this. We thought you were going to run again. You decided.
My family voted it.
Yeah,
I don't think he is. The fundamentals are not there. His story is not there.
Mark Cuban, his story is not there. Hillary should not run again. How can Fox even draw a single viewer after they fired Shepard Smith for being gay? I don't get that.
Would I vote for
Actually, they fired Shepard Smith because he was against Trump. That's why they went after him.
Joe Biden is not there. His signature policies are not there. I don't know what he's all about. And
Okay,
time is running out.
This is like a formula. Put a bleach blonde bimbo out in front of the American people, and Fox would guarantee a lot of people are going to believe what she says. Nowadays. It used to be that wasn't the case. I never look confused. David, bed for your airplane. Oh.
Today we're sleeping in a new capsule hotel in Tokyo, spanning 7 floors. There are female-only and male-only floors, as well as co-ed. The pods are tall enough that you could fully stand up, and the larger rooms are actually walkable. We also check out the basement bar and do laundry on site.
Hello, darlings. Right?
Hi, honey. I'm back. Would you like to go to the room now that's a small enclosed coffin that we can sleep in together?
Now it is 2 a.m. in Tokyo. Just came from Delhi after a 24-hour layover in Singapore.
This looks really good. Thank you, Pitoro. I will play this tonight in our show, the Zen Capsule Hotel. Hey, I'm okay with saving space, especially on the blimp plane. Thank you. Awesome. I like Megyn Kelly. As you know, she got $40 million from NBC for doing suggesting that kids wear blackface for Halloween. NBC fired her, and they lost in court because it's free speech. Blackface is protected by free speech. That's why I was surprised when the Democrats attacked me, calling me a racist, when they were the ones that didn't even sign the Civil Rights Act into law. If anybody's a racist, the Democrats are. But they called me a racist for merely making fun of Barack Obama in blackface. It is 100% free speech. It just shows me how un-American the Democrats have become. And if you think for a second I'm really proud of the Democrats right now as they impeach Donald Trump, I'm not. But it had to be done. Trump is really corrupt. The Republicans are really corrupt, but so are the Democrats, and the Republicans are now showing us that. So as we see the two parties collapse around us, the third party in the center will originally and finally reach out to the American people. I would have been president by now if I just had some air coverage, some free press. I have gotten nothing. Nothing. There's a standing order to suppress anything on me out there. You can lose your job if they talk about me. We've had 2 visits from our house. Como News came out and visited me. They put everything on Beta SP, really good video format. I had over 40 minutes recorded, and they threw every video in the garbage. And they fired the 2 journalists that came to visit me. It was a job ender for them. It's crazy. I agree. Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden are just as corrupt as Donald Trump. I totally agree. Of all the Democrats running, I still go with Joe. Simply because, now, I don't support Joe, mind you, but of all the Democrats running, he's the most conservative of that batch, if you can believe that. Every other Democrat wants to just rip us off. So if it comes down to Donald Trump resigning, which he probably will, Pence winning the final election, obviously getting 1 year left, and then the Republicans having nobody but Mitt Romney, it could come down to Mitt Romney versus Joe Biden. And that would be a tight race. I'd be tempted to vote for either one because they're both equally corrupt. Yeah, well, I'm not kidding when I talk about Joe, because even though he has all these allegations of misdeeds with children, there's nothing that sticks other than some photographs.
All right, come on, slide in.
Thank you. Maggie, do you want to come over here?
Come on, baby, make me look better. Okay? There we go.
Do you guys mind moving this way? There we go. Right there. Perfect. Thank you.
You gotta look up at the center photographer up top of it. Here, right here.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, well, nice to see you guys. Thank you. See you back home, I hope.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay? Thank you, Val. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to leave this.
Hey, that's an improvement. Good job. Scissorfied did a good job on that audio. That really is him saying, do you know how horny it makes him feel standing next to a 13-year-old girl? And he said, ask my daughter Ashley about the film. What kind of a film would he make with his daughter Ashley that's relevant to his being horny around a 13-year-old girl? I mean, the whole thing is weird. But there's no solid evidence that Joe Biden ever touched a kid indecently. Kamala slipped the F word on television when speaking. This lady has had some serious problems with her campaign. You know, watch this. Okay, well, I'm not going to worry about that. Thank you. That's a little stretchy if you ask me. Kamala seems unstable. It was a homophobic slur is what it was, yeah. But she seems a little unstable, and she's not the only one. Klobuchar seemed a little unstable too. Very, very nervous. You notice that? And Yang too. He was like sweating, and he was like, he didn't give you that sense that he was really confident about what he was going to do and how he was going to lead this nation. You get that kind of unstable, I don't know if I'm doing this right kind of thing. How long have they been doing this? It's the 5th debate, and they still can't get it right. Yang was sweating like a stuck pig. Amy is a tranny. I don't believe that. Klobuchar looks like an older Jewish woman. That's what I would say. But, you know, I just sense that they weren't solid. They weren't confident. And they don't represent the people of this country. They represent the elite Democrats. No, I'm not doing Robert De Niro's divorce party. Thanks, Joe, for inviting me. But I don't hang out at the Meat District. That's your hangout, man. You know, I don't really like the fact that Pete Buttigieg is actually in the lead. That's only because of the CNN poll that put him 9 points ahead of everybody else, because they only called up transgenders as to who they were going to vote for. So CNN doesn't have a good list of voters that they pull from. Hi, Sarah.
I already had a piece, but I brought this for you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Oh, perfect. Yeah. All right.
It's very salty.
Okay, I'll spill it. Well, Sarah's here. She's going to talk to you guys. Very calming conversation, and she can do whatever she wants. That's the nice thing about her time here with you. This is a blank slate for her. But I do want to remember that Sarah is allergic to mosquitoes, and last summer we found out how allergic. Now, a bacteria-infested mosquito has taken a bite out of the deadly dinghy. But apparently the mosquitoes are bred to carry bacteria that are harmless to humans. Okay, genetically modified mosquitoes. I don't know if I want to even get near mosquitoes, especially since Sarah is so allergic to them.
Yeah, I just want to avoid all mosquitoes.
Yeah. You want to hear something really weird? This is a federal... Thank you. This is a 1956 platform of the Republican Party. Boy, have they become so conservative, it's ridiculous. Let's read what they said here. They were going to provide federal assistance to low-income communities, protect Social Security, provide asylum for refugees, extend minimum wage, improve unemployment benefit system to cover more people, strengthen labor laws so workers can easily join a union, and assure equal pay for equal work regardless of sex. Wow. The 1956 Republican platform sounds like a better party than the Democrats today. Thank you for that little tidbit. Okay, thank you. I'm going to step out. Don't post too many links when Sarah's here, because she's not a link grabber like I am.
You can post them all. I just won't click on a single one.
Okay, I'll look at that later tonight. I'll put it in the lineup. It looks like a rap song, but I'll try it anyway. All right, thank you for coming in and being a part of our show. Wow, this is pretty funny. This is the new pitch. Buy a Biden t-shirt and get a kids t-shirt for free. Okay. Oh, I don't get where the hands are. I don't understand that.
Because he'd always say, here, stand right here in front of me.
Hey, I discovered the device tools for Chromium, and it's actually pretty interesting. Got some very interesting stuff
Developer
there.
tools.
The developer tools, yeah. You're having a barbecue. Just to keep Sarah away from the barbecue, you'd have citronella candles burning everywhere. Well, she cannot be near mosquitoes. All right, Joe, we're going to be here with all the intelligent people now that Sarah's here. So, gosh, can I just leave?
Can you just go? Yeah, you don't have to do this.
I
This
just
is
wish
the
that
same person posting the same link 500 times.
I'm going to mute him for a while.
Thank you.
He's over the top.
Just because somebody posts the link does not mean that you have to click on it.
I agree. Thank you.
Just because the phone rings doesn't mean you have to answer it either. That's how I feel about it. It's like, just because somebody says something doesn't mean... Yeah. Anyway. Oh, you want to invite me to your barbecues because I'd keep all the mosquitoes away from your guests because they'd all be biting me? I don't know how to take that. Is that because I was doing coding recently and you find that as painful as I find mosquito bites? No, okay. I know it was just a joke. I take it. I'll take that. That's fine. I know. Link clicker, I would say, Regis. Thank you. That's cute. A little... Are those kisses or just smiles? I don't know what those are. 920. You had your treatment and had to leave the other night. Oh, okay. And don't worry. I mean, I can totally understand not wanting to be around someone who's trying to code because it's kind of boring to watch somebody else do their own learning. I totally get it. And I'm so sorry you had to have you were sick and you had to have your treatment. Oh, I'm so sorry. Hope you feel better soon. Hope your treatment helped you feel better. I don't know. Is it working? Will I be posting David's Christmas gift wish before Thanksgiving? What? For you guys to buy David's gifts? I don't know. David already told me last night one of the things he wants. Oh, you have 4 holes. They took so much blood out of you. I'm so sorry. I thought he used... I thought, what about
just
the...
leave that open for later, for tonight. That's a
I
link
did
that was
it.
posted earlier.
Yeah, got it. I mean, what about the knives that Meow sent him, Dr. Meow? That might be a good idea. Just shipped. True. I know. I mean, he can afford to cook different food now. He has this thing about cooking cheaply, but you don't have to. Oh, don't worry, be happy. 4 holes, 2 arms, man. You missed me. Thank you. I am definitely have been tired the last couple of nights. Last night, I don't know, and then I wake up around 2 o'clock and then I don't sleep for maybe a couple hours. I just kind of think and then finally get to sleep and that anyway. I did not know Bernie has a Twitch channel. Does he use it? You should go over there and talk about the Cool Rock Party is the party to join. And you should tell people that watch Bernie's Twitch channel about our channel. What category does he post his channel in? What is that? Is that a giant mosquito? Thanks, just what I wanted to see. Trouble sleeping. Oh, I think I've seen this. Oh yeah. He's trying, yeah, I have seen that. It's kind of like that. That's true. It is like... I do think about things when I have trouble thinking. And yes, I do like that cute little video. Buy some insurance and sleep easy. Ironically, I have some insurance with that company. I don't know if it's... I don't know if you can buy insurance for the things that trouble me. Because some of the things that trouble me is like making sure my students can learn, helping David in his quests, and then yeah, there's insurance about protecting current assets, but growing assets. But you know what the thing is, I have the best life. I should not worry. I'm not really worried. I'm just thinking. Well, they're both people I think about a lot. If that's what you mean. But you know what? Actually, if you believe, you can change that. You say we all worry about not having enough of something, but actually you can tell yourself, I do have enough.
I'll put that thing on your car tonight.
Oh
too.
yes, I definitely need it on my car tonight.
Yeah,
I had to do some scraping right before I came home.
Really? Wow.
A little bit. No, I'm not going to bring David to work. That's a horrible idea. I don't know about, I wouldn't say case dismissed. I'd say because the accused doesn't want to testify or doesn't want to. That does not mean that you dismiss the case, no. Okay. Yes, show and tell still does exist in my classroom. My students, they love show and tell so much that if I let one student show, so what I do for show and tell is I let them bring something for show and tell on their birthday and something for show and tell when they are person of the day. And the way the person of the day works is we rotate so that the person of the day, there's a new person every day that gets to go to the front of the line, and then right after we line up in a certain order. And so the day after their person of the day, they have to go to the back of the line and then slowly work eventually so they're at the front of the line. But they get to do show and tell. They get to go to the front of the line. They help me with anything that I need help with. Those kinds of things. Windows 10 fake update is nasty. Okay. Oh, is nasty ransomware. Huh. Time your purchase strategically. Shopping holidays and promotions such as Black Friday, Small Business Saturdays, Cyber Monday, and sales throughout December. It says smart time to buy a laptop or desktop computer. There are other times that can be advantageous throughout the year if you're on a budget. That's a good idea. Thank you for that. Oh.
Without
The Wall. Is that a game show or something? Oh my goodness, that must have been epic. Alright, good night, maxed out credit. I hope you feel better. Goodness. I'm just tired. Amazon announces deals and says Black Friday sale starts November 22nd. Meaning tomorrow? Electronics, TV, toys, clothing, Amazon devices, and more. One-time deals will launch on Thanksgiving, Black Friday, and Cyber Monday. Echo and Echo Dot, Fire Sticks, Ring, Kindle, Samsung TVs, video games, toys, household and home furnishings, too bad I don't really want any of that stuff. All you want for Christmas is a Christmas card from Sarah, closed with a kiss with red lipstick. Wow. From me? Wait, there must be somebody else named Sarah you want that from. Wow. Are you gonna give me your real name and address? Yes, if I promise you to if I promise to send it or something.
Yep. 36 degrees tonight again.
Wow.
I'll put it on there.
I did not plan on sending out Christmas cards. Send out cards in exchange for donations. You would contribute $10. Are you a U.S. citizen? You are a U.S. citizen. You would contribute $10 in exchange for a Christmas card with a sealed kiss Christmas card. Are you offering that to like Kamala Harris or Elizabeth Warren or Amy Klobuchar? Oh. You're only offering it to me. Wow, that makes me feel super special. Oh, thank you. Oh, I'll think about it. That's a good idea. Check back on December 1st. Oh, sorry. Chat did not stop. I was looking at something. Yeah, we'll stay warm. You're still chatting, though. Ugh. What? That's not a valid weather location? My zip code? I guess the weather app's not working. WeatherBot. Oh, good. Wow. Okay. I'll have to make it on my to-do list too. I guess we have to do weather.com to find our things. Yeah, that's David typing in the other room. Okay. Good.
It's
Okay.
36 degrees tonight. Just a frosty night.
Frosty night.
Could be worse.
Your to-do list, good.
I made you a little rice dish to add to your dinner.
Oh, thank you.
A little good food. I put shrimp and it's a seafood gumbo I made.
Okay. I think I just want to take a nap.
Yeah.
Or just go to bed.
Well, I have a little bit of the rice and then go to bed because it's good for you. I'll be right back. I'll hook that up.
Oops. Okay, it's broken, the weather bot. Why go to weather.com? You want the weather for all of those? I can check them for you. myweather.com. Thank you, 634. You have a great rest as well. It's 37, but it feels like 33. It's getting down to 36. Good night. Don't worry, be happy.
You know, I bought that Ethiopian organic coffee, and it's the best coffee I think I've ever had.
I told you, because
You were right.
Ethiopia is where coffee originated in the whole world.
It's arguably the best coffee I've ever had. You plugged it in?
Yep.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, it was amazing. Good quality.
I just had a long night, or a long day, I should say.
If you want to play Adam Schiff, I've got some of him. His closing arguments and things. If you're just bored.
No, I'm not bored. I'm tired.
I'm sorry, tired. Let me suggest that maybe these folks could listen to him instead.
That's more than indiscretion. That's a security risk. But why attack you, Mr. Holmes? They didn't question anything you said. They didn't question what conversation you overheard. Ambassador Sondland, indeed, didn't question what you said. He acknowledged that the one thing the president wanted to know the day after that conversation with Zelensky was, is he going to do the investigations? And Sondland said, yes, he'll do anything you ask. They don't question that. So why attack you? They didn't question your testimony when you said, and I think you asked, Ambassador Sondland, does Donald Trump give a blank, and I would like to use the word here, about Ukraine? And he said, he doesn't give a blank about Ukraine. He only cares about the big stuff. And you said, well, there's some big stuff here. Ukraine's at war with Russia. That's kind of big stuff. And his answer was, no. He cares about the big stuff that matters to him, his personal interests, like the Biden investigation that Giuliani wants. I mean, one question posed by your testimony, Mr. Holmes, is what do we care about? Do we care about the big stuff, like the Constitution, like an oath of office, or do we only care now about party? What do we care about? But let's go beyond your testimony today. Let's look at the bigger picture. What do we know now after these depositions, these secret depositions? Now, people watching at home might not know that in these secret depositions, which apparently no one else is allowed to hear, no members are allowed to participate, it's just secret apparently. Sounds like it's just me and the witness. Only over 100 members of Congress are able to participate in those secret depositions. And the minority was just so unable to participate, they got the same time they got in these open hearings. It was the same format. That was the secret star chamber that you've been hearing so much about. So what do we learn through these depositions and through the testimony? Because so much of this is really undisputed. We learn that a dedicated public servant named Marie Yovanovitch, known for fighting corruption, widely respected throughout the diplomatic corps, was ruthlessly smeared by Rudy Giuliani, by the president's own son, by their friends on Fox Primetime, and a whole host of other characters. Her reputation was sullied so they could get her out of the way, which they did. And you're right, it was gratuitous. The president could have gotten rid of her anytime he wanted, but that's not enough for this president. No, he has to smear and destroy those that get in his way. And someone fighting corruption in Ukraine was getting in his way. So she's gone. She's gone. And this makes way almost immediately thereafter. She leaves, the three amigos come in. The three amigos, two of whom never made the connection that Burisma means Biden. It took Tim Morrison all of 30 seconds on Google to figure that out. But we're to believe, I guess, that in all the companies in all the world, that Rudy Giuliani just happens to be interested in this one? That's absurd. The interest, of course, was in an investigation of Donald Trump's rival, the one that he apparently feared the most. And they were willing to do whatever was necessary to get Ukraine to do that dirty work, to do that political investigation. And so it began. We're not going to set up a phone call until you make certain commitments. That was Ambassador Sondland's testimony. The first quid pro quo was actually just getting on the phone with President Trump. And then there was the quid pro quo involving the White House meeting. And witness after witness, and none of my colleagues contested this, talked about just how important that meeting was to the president of Ukraine and why they're at war with Russia. And their most important ally is the United States. And the most important person in the United States for that relationship is the president of the United States. And if President Zelensky can show that he has a good relationship with the president of the United States, it means to his people that this new president has the support of their most important patron. And it means to the Russians that we have their back. This president, this new president who is negotiating with a far superior power that has invaded his country, is going into negotiation with Putin over how to resolve this conflict. Whether he has good leverage or lousy leverage depends on whether the Russians think he has a relationship with the president. And the president wouldn't give him that, not without getting something in return. Wouldn't give him that official act, that White House meeting, without getting something in return. And that return was investigations of his rival that would help his reelection. An official act for something of clear value and something very important, the big stuff, as Sondland explained to you, Mr. Holmes, to help his campaign. Now, we also heard abundant testimony about the other quid pro quo, the withholding of security assistance, which no one can explain. There's no debate among my colleagues. Everyone in the NSC, in the State Department, the Defense Department, everyone supported this, everyone. All the reviews that needed to be done to make sure that Ukraine was meeting its anti-corruption standards had been done. And they had found to meet the criteria, the aid should have been released, but it was withheld, and no one could understand or get a clear explanation for why, until it became clear to everyone. It's all about the investigations. It's all about the leverage. And if there was any doubt about it, the man closest to the president, who meets with him every day, Mick Mulvaney, erased all doubt. You're darn right. Yes, we talked about the 2016 election investigation. And yes, this was in the context of holding up the military aid. And, you know, just get used to it, or just get over it, or whatever it was he said, because that's how we roll. Those are my words, not his. But that's the import. Yeah, there's going to be politics, and just get over it. Well, if we care about the big stuff, we can't just get over it. Now, my colleagues have had a lot of defenses to all of this evidence, which has piled up day after day after day, and it's amazing. They hear you testify, Mr. Holmes, that it was clear that the security assistance was being withheld. It was clear to all of the Americans. It was clear to the Ukrainians. You testified the Ukrainians felt pressure. They still feel pressure to this day. And what do my colleagues say in the same hearing? I mean, I guess they're not listening. The Ukrainians felt no pressure. There's no evidence they felt pressure, which gets into their next defense, which is, it's all hearsay. It's all hearsay. Now, most of my colleagues, I guess, are not lawyers. Lawyers out there understand just how wrong they are about what hearsay is, but let's just discuss this in terms that all people can understand. The impression they would have you take from it's all hearsay is because we in this committee were not in that.
And they just abruptly shut him off today. I was watching this, and they abruptly shut him off. Like, they didn't even care about Schiff's statement. So Sarah's really tired tonight. She's going to go to bed. Thank you, Sarah, for coming in.
Yeah.
Take it easy. She did a cameo. Get some rest. You need it. I like Schiff. I don't like him as a politician. I like him as a man. I don't agree with his politics, but I like him as a man. He seems to me to be a person who is fighting the good fight, and he laid it on the line. Yeah, well, we're all a little tired, but Sarah works so hard that she has to take the night off. I do the show, basically. Sarah gives me breaks, but I've got it covered. I've got my coffee from Ethiopia, my organic coffee, which is the best coffee I think I've ever purchased. Oh, that's so good. Man, they sure know how to grow coffee in Ethiopia. Sarah said it's the origin of coffee. That's the first time they ever created coffee. The show goes on till 10 o'clock, the live show, so I've got 2 hours with you here. And then we have a video show that rolls from 10 to 1 in the morning. I don't know. It's like a Colombian taste to me. It's not an Arabica taste, but man, is it smooth. Organic Ethiopian coffee. I got wholesale for £2 for $9.99. Yeah, I bet they know how to make heroin in Afghanistan. I bet they make really good heroin for you there, buddy. Yeah.
Beef! They're fighting each other with hammers! Stop, okay.
Okay, there's a major fight going on in Birmingham, and this person who posts from the UK constantly has us looking at violence all the time in the UK. So they banned guns and knives in the UK, but people are beating each other's up with sticks now.
Guy's face is all bleeding. In it?
It's a massive fight out there in Birmingham. I'm glad I don't live in that hellhole. Yeah, it used to be London was a beautiful place to visit. They sure know how to create heroin, yeah. Now the other half, please. Jimmy? Willie Pickles.
Ambassador Sondland, I want to walk through some of the portions of your testimony because sometimes you seem to make direct connections and sometimes they seem to be dead ends. I kind of want to clear up what are the dead ends and what are the direct connections. Yesterday, Ambassador Volker, who I consider to be very talented and a man of integrity, and I believe you think he's a man of integrity, correct?
I do.
He testified that the President of the United States did not tie either a meeting with the President, a phone call, or any aid to investigations of Burisma 2016 or the Bidens, that the President did not do that. And you've testified that the President did not tell you that he tied them either, correct?
I did testify to that, although when Ambassador Volker and I were working on the statement and negotiating with the Ukrainians, it was clear to Ambassador Volker that a meeting would not happen without the Burisma in 2016. That was very clear to Ambassador Volker.
And how do you know that? What did he say to you? Because he says that was not clear to him. In fact, he says that's not the case. He was working on that. He knows that that's what the President wanted, but he didn't have it as this was a requirement.
Oh, I strongly disagree with that portion of his testimony. It was absolutely a requirement, or we would have just had the meeting and been done with it.
What about the aide? He says that they weren't tied, that the aide was not tied.
And I didn't say they were conclusively tied either. I said I was presuming it.
Okay, and so the president never told you they were tied. So your testimony, his testimony is consistent, and the president did not tie aide to investigations.
That's correct.
Okay, he also testified that he spoke to Giuliani and that Giuliani did not relate that he was tying on behalf of the president or on the president's behalf aide, and that in fact Giuliani never said to him that aide was tied to investigations. Now, the question I have for you is.
Now we've got Trump Tardos in here right now. He says it's all fake. It's all fake. So a lot of you are like rolling the script of Donald Trump in your head. No, this is fake news. This is all a hoax. It's a scam. No, I've never stayed at one of his hotels. Have you, Kira? I assume the guy is a hotelier. But the Republicans are all rah-rah this, and they say, oh, fake, it's a scam, it's a witch hunt. They're taking Trump's lie rhetoric that any liar would say, oh, I'm not a liar, oh, no, and if they were a liar, I'm not a liar, but they would be, oh, no, I'm not a liar, no, I've never lied at all. That's the rhetoric that Donald Trump is pitching, and they buy it. And they want an extra spoonful on top of it. They're not getting enough of Donald Trump's BS. The Republicans. If I was a Republican, which you're not, you're mostly liberal, I would be disgusted to see my party twisted into serving money machine like Donald. Well put, G200. Thank you. Yeah, and that input is very important here. We're a centrist party, and we're trying to help people alienate themselves from their existing two-party system. Whoever they are, Republicans or Democrats. So I don't think these people are representing us. I think they're representing moneyed interests, especially in the Republican and the Democratic parties. I did watch the hearings, yes. And we're watching more of them right now. I stayed up this morning. I was up at 8 o'clock in the morning watching a really beautiful speech by a woman who's dedicated her life to service. We'll play a little of her in just a bit.
Did you ever have a conversation with Giuliani that did not involve Volker? Because your testimony is a lot of we's and us's. So do you and Giuliani have a separate conference, separate phone call where Giuliani told you that the aide was tied? Because Volker says, and if he was on all your phone calls, Volker says that never happened.
No, I did have a few conversations. I don't recall how many because I don't have the records with Mr. Giuliani directly when Mr. Volker wasn't available.
And did Giuliani say to you, go ahead, what were you going to say?
I don't believe I testified that Mr. Giuliani told me that aide was tied.
Oh, I think, see, this is part of the problem, Ambassador Sondland, and I just want to walk you through this, is you've said to us everyone was in the loop, and everyone knew. Now, hold a second. I've listened to you today, as a lot of people, and not only are your answers somewhat circular, frequently you've contradicted yourself in your own answer. Now, the text messages and emails that you put up there, Kurt Volker walked us through, and he has a completely different understanding of what you were saying than what you're saying you were saying. So I'm a little confused as to how everyone's in the loop, because if Giuliani didn't give you any express statement, then it can't be that you believe this from Giuliani. Now, let me tell you right now, because is Donald Trump your friend?
No, we're not friends.
Okay. Do you like the president?
Yes.
Okay. Well, after you testified, Chairman Schiff ran out and gave a press conference and said he gets to impeach the President of the United States because of your testimony. And if you pull up CNN today, right now, their banner says Sondland ties Trump to withholding aid. Is that your testimony today, Ambassador Sondland, that you have evidence that Donald Trump tied the investigation to the aid? Because I don't think you're saying that.
I've said repeatedly, Congressman, I was presuming. I also said that President Trump...
So no one told you, not just the president. Giuliani didn't tell you, Mulvaney didn't tell you, nobody, Pompeo didn't tell you, nobody else on this planet told you that Donald Trump was tying aid to these investigations. Is that correct?
I think I already testified.
No, answer the question. Is it correct? No one on this planet told you that Donald Trump was tying this aid to the investigations? Because if your answer is yes, then the chairman's wrong and the headline on CNN is wrong. No one on this planet told you that President Trump was tying aid to investigations. Yes or no?
Yes.
So, you really have no testimony today that ties President Trump to a scheme to withhold aid from Ukraine in exchange for these investigations.
Other than my own presumption.
Which is nothing. I mean, that's what I don't understand. So you know what hearsay evidence is, Ambassador? Hearsay is when I testify what someone else told me. Do you know what made-up testimony is? Made-up testimony is when I just presume it. I mean, you're just assuming all of these things, and then you're giving them the evidence that they're running out of doing press
By the end
conferences,
of
and
August, you
CNN headline is
testified, and I
saying
believe
that
was
you're
that
saying the
Ukraine did
President of the United
something
States
to
should be
demonstrate a
impeached
serious
because he
intention.
tied aid to investigations, and you don't know that, correct?
I never said the President of the United States should be impeached.
Nope, but you did. You have left people with the confusing impression that you were giving testimony that you did not. You do not have any evidence that the President of the United States was tied to withholding aid from Ukraine in exchange for investigations. I yield back.
Yeah, and that was one of the most powerful grillings of Sondland that they have, but there are all these other people that did.
I know that members
that did have him in the loop. All these other people that said, yeah, he was in the loop, and Fiona Hill's testimony today was exemplary insofar as she said that Sondland was lying about the Burisma being the only thing they were looking into. She believed that's just BS. And Fiona has her statements already in the record now. She's a very established diplomat, years of experience, much like Yovanovitch. Felt like she was being demonized by the Trump administration, and she said that everybody knew that Burisma was looking for dirt on Joe Biden. It was a common fact. So I think if you take the Republicans literally, when Donald Trump said there's no quid pro quo, when he said that in the beginning of a conversation and then proceeded to ask for a favor, he was trying to cover his legal ass. That's what a guy who does, like a mobster would do that. Like he's talking to Guido and going, oh yeah, we're not doing anything illegal with all that toxic waste. It's going to be good. And on the side, yeah, I want to work a deal where I can dump it in Staten Island as soon as we can. We got a place we can stick it. No, that's exactly how Trump is acting. And you Republicans refuse to accept the fact that he's in total denial on every subject, and you give him a pass and say, oh, it's all a scam. It's all fake news. It's a witch hunt. It's the worst thing that's ever happened in American history. They're targeting me. No, Donald Trump came to this show with his own baggage. And the reason why we've had 3 years of do-nothing activity out of the White House, other than a lot of grandstanding and tweeting, is because Donald Trump came to this with a lot of baggage. And you Republicans refuse to admit it. You won't even look into the oligarch money that got him there, that covered his ass for 15 years while the rest of us dealt with a troubled, downturned economy. So I think you have to recognize the fact that there wouldn't be a quorum of people, 70%, that think that he did something wrong with Ukraine if he didn't sound like he did something wrong with Ukraine. So I would recommend you Republicans to put your shit detectors on and start listening. Because you're not paying attention. Now, I don't love what the Democrats are doing. They're just as guilty. Biden and his son, Nancy Pelosi and her son Paul, involved in a Ukrainian oil company. I mean, they're all, the whole two-party system is rot with this corruption. I said today that this country needs a good enema, and I mean it. This nation needs a good enema to clear out this crap. The laxative, we call this impeachment, is just a Band-Aid. It's not going to save the day and give us a good, full experience at the toilet bowl. And someone said, yeah, that's a pretty good metaphor, Dave. It's pretty obvious that you're using these metaphors for a reason. Well, I'm speaking the language of humanity. We're all living in a world of shit. Look at poor Greta. Some of you Democrats are really overwhelmed with her, but she won't even talk about the dangers of chemtrails or how we can fix the problem. Like, yeah, I'll bet she's been saying the same damn thing since 1898, and nobody really cares because she's not connecting. I'm just kidding. This is a pretty good lookalike, I must admit. Yeah, it looks a lot like me. I didn't think it at first, and I thought, wait a second, this is like the right angle. I look just like her. Yeah, it's weird. Okay, you're done. We'll see what's going on the 9th of December. Should decide what the future is going to be like. Here's a crazy old lady raging at bikers. That's what I want to see on Technology Thursday. Then I'll talk about technology.
That you're working at this time on a Sunday. Have you got nothing better to do?
We are permitted to start work from 8 a.m. on a weekend. We've got to crack on or we're going to get in.
No, I don't think this is something I want to get involved with. That's a little too much. We do have some of her testimony, though. Witness says the EU ambassador was running. Let's take a look. All right.
Your neck from the bus.
Here she is.
Based on questions and statements I've heard, some of you on this committee appear to believe that Russia and its security services did not conduct a campaign against our country, and that perhaps, somehow, for some reason, Ukraine did. This is a fictional narrative that has been perpetrated and propagated by the Russian security services themselves. The unfortunate truth is that Russia was the foreign power that systematically attacked our democratic institutions in 2016.
Right.
This is the public conclusion of our intelligence agencies, confirmed in bipartisan congressional reports.
Yep.
It is beyond dispute, even if some of the underlying details must remain classified. The impact of the successful 2016 Russian campaign remains evident today. Our nation is being torn apart. Truth is questioned. Our highly professional and expert career foreign service is being undermined. US support for Ukraine, which continues to face armed Russian aggression, has been politicized. The Russian government's goal is to weaken our country,
We've got
to
some
diminish
breaking
America's global role, and to neutralize a perceived US threat to Russian interests. President Putin and the Russian security services aim to counter US foreign policy objectives in Europe, including in Ukraine, where Moscow wishes to reassert political and economic dominance. I say this not as an alarmist, but as a realist. I do not think long-term conflict with Russia is either desirable or inevitable. I continue to believe that we need to seek ways of stabilizing our relationship with Moscow, even as we counter their efforts to harm us. Right now, Russia's security services and their proxies have geared up to repeat their interference in the 2020 election. We are running out of time to stop them. In the course of this investigation, I would ask that you please not promote politically driven falsehoods that so clearly advance Russian interests. As Republicans and Democrats have agreed for decades, Ukraine is a valued partner of the United States, and it plays an important role in our national security.
Okay, we have confirmation that
Hey, good morning, everybody. Talking a little politics.
My gosh. Yeah, we have confirmation that that is indeed the facts. That Donald Trump has ignored the Russians' involvement in the election. Reminders of him even looking into the Ukrainian involvement after our own State Department signed off in every department as to whether the Russians contaminated our election, which they did. Trump still ran that narrative of looking into the 2016 election through apparently CrowdStrike, the servers that Ukraine had, all of this garbage that he kept pitching, he and Giuliani. And he was running a side operation throughout the whole process, Giuliani was, to make money too. But he adamantly denies it. Even though he even butt-dialed somebody a couple weeks ago to NBC, and he was like, I'm looking for $200,000. I'm going to go to Bahrain to find it. It was weird. We heard Giuliani say he was looking for 200 grand and he's going to Bahrain to get it. I mean, this guy is trying to keep up with Donald Trump's money needs as his best friend and lawyer. But what kind of people he associates with, known thugs that are now being prosecuted for their activity, misusing political funds, financing elections. I mean, this is all, yeah, Fiona is 100% right. And our foreign policy has been altered for Donald Trump's personal gain. So even the Republicans in the Senate are going to have to wake up to the fact that we have one opportunity and only one opportunity to make this right. And I'll even take Pence over Trump right now, because what Trump is doing is systematically destabilizing our government, financing his own personal gain, and pushing the envelope on world relations. I mean, it's all bad. Bad, bad, bad. And he hasn't accomplished anything. And you may claim it's because it's a witch hunt. No, it's his baggage that he brought with him when he joined this operation. Donald Trump didn't even want to be president. Jared Kushner actually talked him into it after he won. That's what word on the Beltway, that he didn't really want this responsibility. Then he realized he could make some money, or he thought he could. And to this day, he's still trying to make money. It's just he's a businessman. So you choose to have a snake in your house and you complain that it's slithering around biting people. That's what snakes do. They slither around and bite people. So you're to blame for believing his lies. He loves to lie, so it's no big deal for him to tell everybody any truth he wants to tell them. And of course a person caught with his fingers in the cookie jar is going to say, oh, I didn't touch the cookie jar. Wasn't me, huh? From January to June of Trump's first year, the Secret Service spent $254,000 just to stay at 5 separate properties Trump owns. And like I said, he's making $110 million on his various hotels and concessions that he runs wherever he goes. It's unbelievable. $110 million, they calculated he makes 255 times what he would normally get as a paycheck of $400,000 as president. So according to BuzzFeed, the FBI never asked for access to hack computer servers. Well, since the FBI and the NSA have breached FISA law over 50,000 times per presidency and never been caught once or charged with a crime, they probably think it's an open season to do anything. Apparently, the DNC said that the FBI never requested access to their servers that the White House and intelligence community say were hacked by Russia. So not only did the email story is a ruse, it's a real story. There were 35,000 emails and possibly 340,000 emails that Anthony Weiner had on his laptop that have never been looked at. But the FBI all along was colluding with Hillary to hide the emails, and have since to this day. They never even asked the DNC for that information. I remember the day they went over and grabbed a bunch of boxes out of the DNC when Debbie Wasserman Schultz resigned, and they went in there that week and grabbed a bunch. We never heard a thing from that. The FBI is basically just sitting on stuff. They don't even investigate things. It's weird. I can think of 5 or 6 different recent killings that look super mysterious and very need to be investigated. The Anthony Bourdain murder, that's not a suicide. That guy had $14 million on his in net worth the day he died, and the day after he died, his net worth went down to $1.5 million, and that's all his daughter gets. And there's a bunch of fake stories about how he had a pumped up net worth prior. I don't believe it. I believe they literally had a gun to his head and had him drain his accounts, and then they killed him by suicide, garroting him with a rope, and then hung him up. It's unbelievable. That's a serious investigation that should have gone on. Ever since even David Carradine died in Bangkok of an autoerotic asphyxiation, that was a very mysterious death. The FBI didn't even bother looking into it. Nothing. But his brother, Keith Carradine, who's in the movie Madam Secretary as the president, he invested $30,000 and found out from a top investigator that his brother, David Carradine, was killed. Homicide. It made to look like autoerotic asphyxiation. So the FBI is clearly an operation that's more like a front for something, I'm pretty sure. They're not doing their job. And I'm sure there are good FBI agents out there that really don't think that's happening, but when you look at the whole big picture, they are not looking into enough. They just don't, especially regarding people like Jeffrey Epstein. It looks like a massive cover-up to me. So this country's never going to right itself with the two parties. We probably could dig into the Democrats right now and uncover all kinds of stuff about Joe Biden and Hunter Biden. And I think they are uncovering stuff. It's happening right as we speak. The Republicans are digging into this, but the Republicans really didn't have a big defense here other than discrediting Ambassador Sondland like they did. And that was one of the best attempts to stop the narrative. But everybody else is speaking the narrative. There was a quid pro quo despite what Donald Trump said. And that will probably get Donald Trump impeached. No, we're not blindly believing the Russians just hacked into it. We have to assume that the intelligence officers that are working in our country to ferret out the Russian involvement have so much information they can't even present it. And like she said, it's not even it's top secret. A lot of that information is still, hidden from our view, but all the people that are working in our government right now are convinced that Russia hacked our election. We know for a fact that Donald Trump has done the bidding of Vladimir Putin in almost every regard. He supports Putin by alienating NATO. He's working with Erdogan to allow Putin to control the narrative and sell S-400s to Turkey. And Turkey is upset that they can't buy our F-35s because they're not compatible with the S-400s that Russia makes. It would release our top secret information. We made a big mistake by giving Turkey 50 nuclear missiles as a part of our NATO alliance. Big mistake. So now we have a tactical decision to either get those nukes out of Turkey by military force, which may involve an invasion, because Donald Trump has set up a house of cards with Vladimir Putin in that region that could put 50 nukes in the hands of Russia because Erdogan is so weak on his NATO position. That's just one area of a disaster has been born. Trump turned on many of the senators, if not all of the Republican senators who supported our actions in Syria. And now, because he sided with Putin on everything, he pulled out of Syria, but guarding our oil fields. But it's not like we're even taking a position there. We just gave up an entire airport that we built. It now is in the hands of Russia, all because of Donald Trump. I've been America's third party from the very beginning. I'll stand by that. I've been fighting the good fight since 2008. I'm not giving up our third party. No, we are the third party that will help the country get out of this situation because I've got the brains to do it. Everybody else in America seems to trust their leaders when they are the worst possible people out there. There's some good people out there, like these diplomats. I actually liked Ambassador Sondland, but I know he's hiding something. That pursuit of Burisma was all about Joe Biden. He knows that. He's trying to cover Trump's ass on that one. That's one area that I'm pretty sure that even Fiona agrees that. Okay, I'll play that. Police raid extinction rebellion in warehouse ahead of environmental protest. All right. Thanks. And Musk's spaceship rocket blew up on the tarmac. Explodes during a disastrous test, and I wish he would abandon the nitrous oxide explosion. I mean, he's choosing some fuel that's super dangerous. 3 people have already been burned to death trying to get his SpaceX thing up in the air. But the failed test rocket blew up, and here's images of it right there during its prototype rocket launch. It looks like a tin can. It's bizarre. It's laughable. Yeah, it's laughable. And I don't really think Okay, now we have more information about Trump's expenditures on golf carts. He spent 224 visits of his own properties. Our government spent $550,000 on golf carts. Thanks for that information about Trump and his golf carts. This is a child who grew up and okay. Not sure what that is other than time machine, maybe. It changes, it's a time machine filter, transforms the way you look in one simple swipe. Let's take a look. Whoa. Okay. Well, that's special. Oh my gosh, he turned, oh, that age progression, yeah. Oh yeah, I've seen enough of that. That's great. That's special. I Gloria Allred and the young woman that was raped by Jeffrey Epstein at 15. She's now 31. She's another case that's piling on. And now we have a little image of Greta Thunberg. Let's take a look. Greta is not amused. It's just like anger personified, you know. It's like triggered. That's good. Is it a video or, oh no. Yeah, it is. It's a video. I don't usually save videos. We now return to our regular broadcast to talk about 1,000-mile container fence. For only $1 billion, we can put as many as 300,000 of these containers up as a barrier against illegal aliens crossing into our country. We can even scale them down to 1 layer initially and go up to 2 and 3 layers from there as we go. Build a road behind the container fence, maybe even a paved road, and then we'd have another layer that we could use mobile unmanned vehicles traveling back and forth with laser sentinels to target anybody who tries to cross over. Yeah, you've heard the story before. Now I go back to the other show. Now the police are going to raid a rebellion warehouse ahead of an environmental protest. Let me do that. I'm glad I talked about the container fence, so I like to touch on that every night. Reminds me of Extreme Home Makeover. Remember that show? I don't drive a golf cart. I drive a hybrid.
Just move back a little, please. Sorry. Thank you.
I don't know if the rights of the people of the rebellion were in any way honored, but I'm sure Prince Andrew would be inclined to believe that this was perfectly fine. So Prince Andrew has been fired. He didn't resign from his duties. It now has become clear that his mother fired him. Yes. Mummy, don't do this to me. I had fun at Jeffrey's apartment. Mummy. Yeah, English people are so applesauce and marmalade, that's bizarre. Well, they're letting their country get disarmed while they allow their police to knock down a rebellion by breaking into an office of people just gathering for a protest. It seems unfair. And I don't believe that they're monitoring it, and I'm sure that Boris Johnson should do something about it. Paid raid police rebellion. Yeah, I think we've had that link about 4 times now. You can't keep posting it. Thank you. If you were to become president, would you claim Antifa to be a hate group along with the KKK, etc.? Actually, I could claim they're a hate group. Yeah. Nothing wrong with claiming they're a hate group, but I'm not going to prosecute Antifa for being a hate group. If you want the nomenclature, they're a hate group. Yeah, they are. So is the KKK. Yeah, I don't mind saying it, but are we going to legislate against it? We can't stop free speech, and this case has already been fought in the Supreme Court, and they lost. The KKK has a right to gather with hoods on and posters and do anything they want. There was a big, huge protest over a bridge in, I think it's South Carolina, and it happened in the 70s, and they went to court, and they fought, and they won the right to do whatever they want. So there's nothing we can do to stop them from gathering. What I can do is implement a plan to stop their funding. Because I believe that Donald Trump is not doing enough to stop George Soros, who is his friend and buddy, who loaned him $160 million. George Soros is really the problem. He's the guy behind most of the rioting that's happened in our country. We are generally a peaceful country. We're not going to break out into civil unrest as long as everybody's got a full belly and a place to sleep. For real. We're not likely to have a civil war either, even between the Republicans and the Democrats, if everyone's fed. I'm serious. But George Soros has been funding these operations, and they're really anti-American in nature. They're designed to make our country weak because of paid protesters. Designed to weaken our country so that we cave into a global world authority. That's what's really going on. And Soros is behind most of it, as well as other people. Remember Arab Spring over there in the Middle East? That was all triggered by a bunch of Democrats that thought that they could prove that they could start a Muslim uprising in those countries like Yemen and Bahrain. They actually started it with funding from a Democratic group of I happen to know for sure that these people gave money to the foreign governments to make that happen. Democrats did. They wanted the trigger for a more fighting terrorism overseas because they love it. They're investors as well in all the military hardware that we sell. And believe me, the two-party system is nesting with Lockheed Martin and Boeing. It's one of the reasons why I have jets flying over my house all the time, because the Democratic Party decided that this area where I live should be inundated with flights constantly over a massive order that Boeing took on, which ironically, I can prove Boeing lost all of the contracts up until that point when the Democrats got involved and they made them all work. And Boeing won the contracts over Airbus. Now I get over 20 flights a day at 120 decibels when normally I would get one or two. Thanks, Kiefer Boy. You want to thank me for the great show I produce every night? Yeah, years of good quality streaming. Thanks to you and Sarah. Happy holidays to you, Kiefer. Yeah. Well, we have a free show because this is all about getting the American people to at least start thinking about a third party. We have to. We're not going to get any accountability from our leaders. So somewhere along the line, we're going to have to break out of this censorship mold we're in. We've been put in a little barrier, we've been corralled into a one fenced area. We've got 4 outlets where we talk every night to chatters. And all 4 outlets are controlled. All of them have gatekeepers. And every one of those chat rooms has shut down guest chats since we arrived. That to me shows me these people are afraid of getting the show out there to the world at large that's watching. But I know the world at large is watching. And I know that this show can be more interactive, so we're still working on building technology that'll do just that. But we've got a long way to get past the corruption that our country is facing right now, and the only way is through the middle. The only pathway of unity is through the middle. Now, I don't like either the Democrats' corruption or the Republicans' corruption, but I'm not like you Republicans who absolutely think you Republicans are clean as a whistle and Democrats are all corrupt. And I'm not like you Democrats who think the Republicans are all the bad guys. I think some of them are just misinformed. I think a lot of Republicans shut down any information streams coming into their brain when Donald started saying, "Oh, this is all a lie, it's all fake news, it's all a Russian hoax." That triggers in their mind to shut any information out, so they can't really be dissuaded from believing what they believe because they have their answers. It's all fake news, it's all a Russian hoax. It's all a scam. It's all a witch hunt. They have buzzwords. That's all they have. They don't have the meat and potatoes of this story that we've been listening to. When you are listening to the impeachment hearings, I'm glued to what they're saying, and I definitely see their point. Well, I've seen evidence, more than enough evidence to not only the Ukrainian involvement and the quid pro quo. I've seen ample evidence to say it was a quid pro quo. Donald could deny it up front, but that doesn't solve the problem of all the backdealing and the delays that happened to the Ukrainian people. But I believe there's far more to the story than meets the eye. I believe that this impeachment hearing should extend out a couple weeks, and they should bring Michael Cohen in. I believe the Democrats should not stop here, that they should now bring Michael Cohen in, get him out of jail to testify, and pull out information about the Russian oligarchs that did finance Donald Trump's entire business for years. He was walking around with cash. No one knew where the cash came from. That's a high crime and misdemeanor where you take money from foreign governments. There's proof of that out there. The sex tape. You may want to live in denial, but Mueller said it did exist. There is a sex tape out there. I'd be glad to show it to you, but I don't want to get knocked off YouTube. It has Donald Trump sitting on a chair with a tablet and two women urinating on each other in front of you. It's blurred out, but it's out there. We saw a clip, a 24-second clip that's out all over the internet. It's been copied too. More than enough evidence. I'd show it to you, but I don't want to get in trouble with any major outlet. So the sex tape is real. Mueller said that Donald Trump was blackmailed by the Russians over the sex tape. Those were his words. And I can tell you that, I know, I can tell you that alone is enough to make us really question Donald Trump's veracity, if he's safe for our nation, and can we afford to have 4 more years of him, or should we just have a better choice in 2020? Let's open the playing field, because this BS artist named Donald Trump has gotten pretty far mileage with his bullcrap, while we sit here wondering, well, what have we done over the past 3 years? This is almost like Obama number 2. I mean, Obama wasted 8 years. Now Trump's wasting 3 years. Could we really afford another 4 more years of wasted time with him having to get reelected to avoid prosecution? So even if you're a Republican, you've got to at least admit that Donald Trump has been ineffective because he can't get a quorum of a people to agree on anything. He's not articulate enough to actually identify the problem and fix it with words. He's not a sculptor of words where he can actually listen to both sides and say, well, I think we've got a compromise here. He would rather grandstand and say, no, it's a witch hunt, you're out to get me, you just hate me, I don't like your idea, but you, and then embrace a bunch of corrupt people overseas instead. So we clearly need a better leader. That much is true. Now, I have been dealing with 11 years of censorship now, and it shocks me that I've been this censored in a country that claims to be free and democratic, but that's the lesson we have to learn in order to realize how enslaved we really are living in this country. I don't care if one party's trying to remove a president. No, Trump didn't win in a big way. He lost the popular vote. I mean, hello? Did you expect this not to turn into an impeachment? I'm the one who predicted this would be an impeachment eight months before Trump even ran for president, or at least the election. I said he's going to be impeached. I really believe he will be impeached in the House. But all they need is 3 Republicans to flip and move toward impeaching in the Senate in a closed ballot scenario. It takes 51% majority in the Senate to decide the rules of the next few months after the impeachment. I am assuming he will be impeached in the House, but we'll wait and see. Meanwhile, we've got time to expose the fact that Lindsey Graham is taking money from this Russian oligarch, Len Blavatnik. Lindsey Graham is getting $800,000 he got in his campaign in 2016 from this Russian. And Mitch McConnell, according to PolitiFact, he got about $2.5 million so far from the same Russian oligarch. So this Blavatnik has been running the Republicans financially. They're working all angles and they're controlling the narrative. Once we expose those two top dogs in the Senate, Republicans making money off of the Russians, we will begin to start eroding their ability to actually vote in a group, and they'll eventually say, hey, we don't want to be known as the Russian collaborators. The Republicans will start waking up and realize that they've been following a traitor who's been taking control of our country and handing it to the Russians. And he's done it in every way, alienating NATO, helping Russia with no sanctions for over a year and a half, going against Congress, which helped Russia. The high crime he committed with his son, Donald Jr., was he changed Donald Jr.'s testimony. Donald Jr. clearly committed a felony, perjury, which is a 5-year sentence when you change your testimony from I'm going to meet the Russian attorney to stop sanctions, and we're going to talk about adoptions. And then Donald Jr. then changed it to they're going to talk about Hillary's emails, which never materialized anything. So the Russian lawyer who said her job was to end sanctions, meeting Donald Trump Jr. ahead of the election, was a total violation of the Logan Act. That's another high crime and misdemeanor. It goes on and on. I could probably list 4 or 5 more high crimes and misdemeanors, but the Democrats can't seem to articulate this. This is the problem I'm facing with the Democrats. They should go deeper into it. Mueller report was inconclusive. It's not enough. They need far more information about the money trail. And if Donald is hiding his tax returns over the past 10 years, that should be a real red flag to you Republicans that there's something wrong. Because he told you when you elected him, oh, I'll gladly show you all my tax returns, no problem. We have more than enough to back us up on that. We have the truth that Donald Trump literally said he would show his tax returns and didn't. Well, I will look into the BuzzFeed News. If the FBI is covering for Hillary and Donald, then we do know that the deep state is working through the FBI. I don't have any doubt about that. But is Donald Trump actually changing the deep state? Hell no. Wray, the guy he put in charge of the FBI, hasn't done a damn thing to reform it. It's business as usual with Donald. So Donald isn't doing anything to stop the deep state like you QAnon people are saying. But hey, this is very relevant. I do believe that FBI have done nothing, especially in real form. But the information we have about Russia hacking the election comes from other departments, Pentagon, CIA, NSA, not the FBI per se. Okay, we got a few videos tonight. It'll be good. The year that men died officially, 2019. I guess a lot of people feel disenchanted or disassociated with their sex.
Here's some of the runners walking to line up at Crescent Park before the race. And we've got our own Erica Ferrando, all dressed up for the big day, looking cute. Oh, she put on a red wig and everything. And former Channel 4 chief meteorologist Carl Arredondo, you know he loves a good outfit, was also in the crowd today.
So men are turning into transgenders now, and a lot of these liberally led media outlets actually run their newscasters in drag to demoralize them. Yeah, I can see your point. Men are becoming emasculated, emotionally castrated. You predict it will lose in the House since when the Senate gets in, they get to call their own witnesses. Schiff doesn't want to have Biden call as a witness to Schiff's connection to Ukraine. That's an interesting theory. Hey, it might just drop off in the House. I wouldn't be surprised because there is enough Democrats to actually feel that they'd be exposed if this went to trial in the Senate. That's a good point, Space Shuttle. Yeah. There is enough backlog of corruption in the Democratic Party that they don't want anyone to know that they've been getting money from the Russians too. Hillary got re-election money from the Russians. The uranium money that went to Podesta and Hillary, all the deals that they cut for free uranium for Russia, which then sold it to Iran to make more enriched uranium, which we had to pay $155 billion to cover their lost income. What a nightmare that was. We're still dealing with that. I'm glad that Trump followed, good advice. My, of course, advice was to get out of the treaty with Iran. But I never wanted to impose economic sanctions to the extent that Trump did. It destabilized our relationship with about 14 other countries that trade with Iran. So I'm not sure where that's going. Here's a new technology. A portable toilet. It's the emergency zone potty box. It's the complete compostable toilet box. Who didn't want that? Yeah. Collapsible with toilet liners, chemicals, single pack. Wow. Eco gel for the porta potty chemical. Well, isn't that special?
Have State Senator Scott Wilk, who represents this district here in Santa Clarita, and it just so turns out that he was home this morning and was actually caught up in this entire lockdown because he lives just blocks from Saugus High School. Thank you, Senator, for making time for us. Describe what you experienced. Camera, you mentioned that your neighborhood was part of the lockdown. Can you describe what you saw with the law enforcement in your community?
Well, we didn't see any law enforcement. Obviously, we heard the helicopters overhead and had everybody in the house, including our little doggies who wanted to go out and potty, and we kept them in.
Boy, he's really affected by this terrible event. He seems so tragically upset, And I don't know, was that a dude or a woman?
Represents this district here in Santa Clarita, and it just so turns out that he was home this morning and was actually caught up in this entire lockdown because he lives just blocks from Saugus High School.
Yeah, I can't tell. Can you? Fresh links every night. I'm not reverting to anything old. No, hardly. Mad Dog has something. We use fresh links all the time. We're all about fresh links, man. I just get more links than any human being on earth, so it has time to process. Nobody can handle this like I do. I mean, I've even got Donald Trump.
We've got some breaking news that we're following right now. Our senior justice correspondent, Evan Perez, is learning new information about the origins of the Russia probe and what there's somebody under investigation right now.
That's right, Wolf. This is an investigation that began and was found as part of the probe that's being done by Michael Horowitz, the Inspector General for the Justice Department. And what he found was that there was an employee at the FBI who altered a document that was used in the preparation for one of the FISA warrants, one of the warrants, surveillance warrants that was done against Carter Page, who was the Trump campaign aide. This document, whatever changes were made, was substantive enough to change the meaning of the document. We don't know a lot more about it. We don't know, for instance, whether without this change, the FISA would have been approved.
First of all, Carter Page was under investigation for 2 years prior to 2013, and he was under investigation on a larger probe unrelated to Donald Trump. The FBI was working on stopping Russian involvement in our political process, and Carter Page was caught at a point where they were actually watching the Russians, and the FBI caught Carter Page trying to make a meet and greet with the Russians. And they actually turned around and told Carter Page not to meet the Russians because they're trying to recruit Americans, they said. Carter Page refused that advice from the FBI and continued on to try to meet the Russians. And he was the first guy who was an advisor to Donald Trump that worked with the Russians. So whatever they've got on this to undermine its credibility is still preceded by the fact that they had a Russian sting operation going on before the Carter Page story even evolved. Similarly, the FBI were monitoring money laundering at the hotel that Trump has in New York. And they were monitoring that for a few months, and they watched money laundering going on right under their nose in the Trump Tower, Russian money laundering. This is way before any alleged surveillance of Donald Trump. You have to get up pretty early to beat me on my facts and figures because I'm researching this all the time, and I can tell you the timeline here It doesn't implicate the FBI, it implicates Donald Trump and the Russians. Madeleine McCann, yeah, there's a story, a movie about Madeleine McCann on Netflix. I've been watching it. I don't know how legitimate the movie is because it doesn't go into detail much on the Podestas. But the story of Madeleine McCann's missing
case has become a phenomenon. If you made a dozen movies out of this, nobody would believe them.
Right. Madeleine McCann is strangely matches the facial features of a picture that James Alefantis posted of a girl. Yeah, and James Alefantis actually defended his statement on Megyn Kelly's show that the little girl was perfectly fine. He told Megyn Kelly that the girl was perfectly fine in this picture that he posted of his goddaughter. Now, that's not an appropriate picture. Megyn Kelly looked at it and said, "Oh yeah, that seems like a fun picture. I guess she was doing, an experiment." No, that little girl is like pasted onto a table. And there's another picture that James Alefantis posted from Comet Pizza that shows the same girl that has wearing a T-shirt called a pizza slut. Oh, I'm not kidding. There's all ample evidence out there to validate this, but the age projection on this face is so similar and that is not brought up in the movie The Disappearance of Madeleine McCann. The age progression on this picture shows that this little girl could very well be Madeleine McCann in the hands of James Alefantis. That probe has to be pursued because the allegations are very, very real that something was going on at Comet Pizza, and anything related to Pizzagate is now being censored on 2 major networks. Why is that? Why are they suppressing this information flow? Well, it's serious. James Alefantis, it seems, isn't even a real person. Or he's a real person, but it's more likely it's a fake name, because the word Alefantis in the phrase in French implies a lover of children. And that in and of itself gathers big question marks about what could be going on at the highest levels. Yeah, here's Alefantis, his goddaughter. That's what he claimed. They spotted Alefantis in the funeral at Seth Rich's place. This was the funeral. Debbie Wasserman Schultz went to the funeral of Seth Rich. But here's James Alefantis at the funeral itself. Look at that. You can barely see his face, but it's definitely James Alefantis. But his connections to the royals, the Rothschild family, has been noted too. There's evidence that he may very well be a Rothschild and changed his name. Who was the insulting comment from? Oh, that guy? Hang on. We're being professionally targeted by a group of hackers. They've been warning us that they're hacking us. I usually have people, I would normally read the chat, but I usually have people in here, but I've been running without any mods for some time now. Yeah. Yeah, we've got that. I certainly will play the Madeleine McCann trailer. I watched part of the movie, but there's no references to the Podestas. It doesn't make any sense to not pursue a case that does look very, very promising. But that connection to James Alefantis and that girl is very suspicious too. My God, are these 27 new fires? And Trump says, let it burn. Yeah, and Trump won't discuss the chemtrailing and the directed energy weapons that are being used in our area like California. Not only is Trump denying climate change,
this is Daniel Alexander.
Trump won't even admit to chemtrails or any of the activities that are going on. So please, the more you support Trump, the less you'll ever stop the deep state. You people who've decided to stick a pacifier in your mouth and call yourself QAnon supporters, you're like missing the whole thing. They own Donald Trump. They got enough money interest controlling his finances and the sex tape. They got him between the two, vice grips, and they can do whatever they want with him. Let's play this.
Alexander Cannon here on Logic Before Authority. This is Daniel Alexander Cannon here on Logic Before Authority.
Okay, his site is called Logic Before Authority.
I have a question I need you to help me with. Somebody. Are all these fires, and not just all of these? I mean, I see there's 3, 4, 5 across the line into Washington State. This is northern Idaho. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wow. Right there. There's one across the line into, what is that, Wyoming? Come down the state.
Wow, they're lighting the whole place up on fire. I wouldn't doubt they're running around with a plane and zapping everywhere they want. They're just setting fire to the whole country. I would not doubt that, to engineer the climate change they want. Here's the photo I was looking for. What is James Alefantis of Comet Ping Pong doing on a photo shoot of the family Rothschilds? That is a major question. Yeah. So, I mean, it's obvious the Rothschilds are using him as some sort of a touchdown pad here in the U.S., and they've covered up everything he's done, and they managed to rig the media so that we can't talk about Pizzagate or expose anything that could be happening. All these allegations that happened a few years ago are now sitting there in La La Land, and this guy gets a pass when he puts a picture of a girl strapped down to a table that looks like Madeleine McCann. There's something very weird going on here. Yeah, no more of those same links. Yeah, you can't keep posting stuff here. Let's see, you say you've already seen the sex tape, but somehow that's being held over his head? I've seen the sex tape. If you haven't seen it, I mean, just have to look at it. If you want to go ahead and, get information, you can on your own. I'm not going to lead you to the sex tape. Yeah, well, the more they try to troll me, they can't stop me. And it's pretty obvious that that's what their game is to try to discredit me, because they can't stop me. My message resonates among all the people of this country who are aware and beginning more and more aware. And we've got a growth process that's happening despite their effort. So this is called Clean Waste Go Anywhere Portable Toilet Seat. Yeah, they have that over at Dick's Sporting Goods. That's a nice one. That's actually something that anybody could use on the road. I would recommend it. Yeah. Porta Potty R Us. Thanks for the tips. $79.99. Yes. Hey, David, why don't you yell out loud proud that you're... Oh, thank you, Truth Regime. I thought you were Techwalla for a second. Yeah, see, whenever they get butt hurt, these people, they can't respond other than to attack me. I know, Lucius. Well, Mark can't stop me. The money that came into his operation didn't even touch this operation. They can't stop what I'm doing.
Hey, this dude with the Shepherd School, and as you know, we bought us some land, and until we build on it, when we go down to work on the weekends, we, kind of have rustic conditions. And while rustic conditions is fine with me, my wife suffers enough with dealing with my stuff, so I thought I'd make something a little easier on her. So, got a little milk crate here. We went to Walmart, bought a brand new toilet seat. It was like $5. And when you buy it, it's screwed together, right? But I unscrewed too short, so I had to run off to the Tractor Supply to get 4 or got a pallet of bricks out there. And I'll rest these 4 quarters. Like I said, I don't want to have to, but I think when you pull it, so.
Okay, people being ingenious and all and whatnot, we'll deal with that toilet seat technology we got here. So whoever said that we can't make things, engineer things here in America, they just aren't listening. I definitely would add that to cool technology, but it's not too high tech. I'm afraid you don't even understand what's going on, sir. We'll have to take you out of the production of our show. Yeah, we heard your name. There was a guy named Truth Regime that was typing like you, and it was doing something similar to you, and I thought it was you at first, and then I just banned him. Yeah. It's amazing how many people are afraid of the truth, and we've got it in abundance here.
Members of this committee frequently frame these complicated issues in the form of a simple question. Was there a quid pro quo? As I testified previously, with regard to the requested White House call and the White House meeting, the answer is yes. Mr. Giuliani conveyed to Secretary Perry, Ambassador Volker, and others that President Trump wanted a public statement from President Zelensky committing to investigations of Burisma and the 2016 election. Mr. Giuliani expressed those requests directly to the Ukrainians, and Mr. Giuliani also expressed those requests directly to us.
How you doing?
We all understood that these prerequisites for the White House call and the White House meeting reflected President Trump's desires and requirements. Secretary Perry, Ambassador Volker, and I worked with Mr. Rudy Giuliani on Ukraine matters at the express direction of the President of the United States. We did not want to work with Mr. Giuliani. Simply put, we were playing the hand we were dealt. We all understood that if we refused to work with Mr. Giuliani, we would lose a very important opportunity to cement relations between the United States and Ukraine. So we followed the President's orders.
Later in August, you told Secretary Pompeo that President Zelensky would be prepared to tell President Trump that his new justice officials would be able to announce matters of interest to the President, which could break the logjam. When you say matters of interest to the President, you mean the investigations that President Trump wanted. Is that right?
Correct.
And that involved 2016 and Burisma or the Bidens.
What do you mean you've seen that this was not true? What do you mean? I watched every single minute of these hearings, and in some cases twice. And what do you mean I think this isn't true? These hearings are revealing how corrupt Donald Trump is. And you people have no clue because you don't want to hear that. Yeah, the cap thing was a stigma. People are, some of these people, trolls, are using the cap thing. Well, there's a physician in the hospital who types all his notes in caps. I find that they're much more difficult to read in caps. Okay, whatever. You know, I'm not really here to be a capist and hate people who cap. But
16 in Burisma.
Now, Fiona Hill doesn't believe that Sondland was telling the truth, that Burisma was not connected in everybody's mind to Joe Biden information. Code word Burisma is Joe Biden's. Why would Donald Trump be so interested in Burisma of all companies? You know, it's after the fact Republicans are now saying, oh yeah, we need to look into that because there's a lot of evidence that Joe Biden got money from Burisma for his reelection, blah, blah, blah. So now Burisma is the big thing. So I think Sondland was told just to stick to the script Burisma. But he did say it was quid pro quo publicly, so he had to go with that line of discussion as well. So he played the middle ground very well. We didn't get a lot out of Sondland, but we got more out of his aides and people around him. And of course, William Taylor. Because we have a nonstop attack in the show, people are being paid big money to attack us. So if you see crap about me in the show, they don't know how to stop me other than to vilify me, calling me names and things. It's pathetic. And it shows you how absolutely desperate these scumbags are to try to control the narrative in America. It really is. Not only do they have the mainstream media in their pocket, but they're trying to control the outer limits here on the blogosphere, and shows like mine are the last vestige of free speech in America. Yeah, he's kind of a player, I don't know, he bought his way into it. He's not Trump's friend, but how many people get a call from Ambassador Sondland? How many ambassadors get to call the president like he did, 15, 20 times? They've talked to other ambassadors that he replaced, and they said they've never been able to talk directly to the president. So he had a very close contact with the president and Giuliani. I wouldn't doubt he's in on the whole little Three Amigo thing, but he could be one of the amigos for all we know. But it doesn't matter. This is a side operation, an irregular channel, as William Taylor said, existed, running its side op just to get Donald Trump dirt on his political enemy, using our foreign aid as bait in exchange for that. Whoa, cool. Car clips from
Thanks.
Streets of San Francisco. 6 minutes of Michael Douglas. Okay. Carl Malden. That'll be fun tonight. Yeah, I don't have a problem with playing old movies. Sure. You got the new. Walking on Tenderloin District and 6, kind of rough neighborhood. Oh yeah. You got feces everywhere. Thanks, man. I like these homeless pictures, these videos.
And when you're talking here about breaking the logjam, you're talking about the logjam over the security systems, correct?
Yeah, he never talked to Giuliani, but you know, if they had a side channel going, would he admit to talking to Giuliani? The very fact that Sondland is actually so close to the president, unlike any other ambassador who had no communication, this guy was calling him 15, 20 times. Yeah, he kind of prided himself on his access to the president. So with $1 million donation to the campaign and then buying a seat, that's like bribery almost. Betsy DeVos gave Donald Trump $9.5 million. I would think the Democrats would call that bribery. She gave the Republican Party $200 million to become Secretary of Education. So this guy kind of bought his seat. But the fact that he had this cozy deal with Trump may very well mean that he maybe is on the inside with Giuliani and doesn't want anyone to know it. So of course he never spoke to Giuliani, and he admitted so when questioned. I don't trust everything he says. That's why I'm saying. Others are saying that he framed everything around Burisma when there was mention of Joe Biden by so many other people. How could he not have known it was related to Joe Biden? And Volker denied it completely. He said he had no idea that Joe Biden was even being investigated. Yeah, right. Okay, sure. I don't mind the whole government running on quid pro quo in their minds. But when it affects foreign policy and our $400 million, sorry, that's when we cry foul. Quid pro quo is I wash your hand, you wash mine. Somehow we get washed. Not I'm going to hold $400 million of all our taxpayers' aid to your country and our foreign policy. I'm going to hold that up too and make your Ukrainian government vulnerable to attack from Russia so that I can get dirt on Joe. That's what Donald Trump did, and that's why he will be probably impeached in the House. But you Republicans don't seem to think it's a problem for Donald Trump to not even ever record a conversation he's had with Vladimir Putin. There's no notes of any dialogue he's had. He's had over 13 hours of communication with Vladimir Putin, not one transcript. And that he knew he was under investigation 3 years ago, and he still doesn't have a transcript of any communication with Vladimir Putin. That's suspicious. He hasn't shown his tax records. That's suspicious, considering he told you Republicans he'd show 10 years of them, and he never did. The fact that he lies incessantly about everything he's done is suspicious. So everything about Donald Trump seems to be very suspicious. But for some reason, you Republicans are, no, he's really our guy. He's fighting America. He's getting America back again. He hasn't done anything but copy my ideas, pitch my concepts, and not even deploy them properly with any real focus on how to make them happen. Donald Trump turned down $24 billion that Nancy Pelosi offered him to build the fence. We could have easily had this thing built by now. Instead, we have about 100 feet of this whatever, and maybe 100 miles maybe have been shored up. I mean, you don't even know how big the fence is. And the fence he chose, you can cut through it with a $69 tool you can buy at Home Depot. He's a shameless plagiarist, and you people should have known that when you voted for him, and you still think he's a good guy. He took all of my ideas that were good for the Republicans. Anyway.
Well, actually, if you go over here in Washington, it looks like one of the by the coast, or maybe two, or maybe 2, 3 there.
Unreal.
And then if we come down,
fires,
come like towards Oregon, looks like 1, 2, maybe more up there. See them? Those dark spots that persist. Those typically are fires on this satellite. And then when you come down further in Oregon, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
And there's a whole drought along the western seaboard now. It's like crustifying. Drought everywhere. Did I know that Bernie has a Twitch channel? I did not know. I can tell you that my Twitch channel has been shut down. They allowed me in, but I can't see how many viewers I have. My metrics are shut down on my end. You can see my metrics don't have a number count for how many people are in my room. They pulled that off last week. But the overall numbers are skyrocketing. 10,494 we're up to already, but I don't see anybody in the chat room. Similarly, I've got a problem on Twitch, or rather Twitter, that when you go to my analytics, when we did our big thing, we talked about political topics in an actual room that other people had participated in. We did our political show at PolitiChat, it's called. We got 15,000 impressions in 3 or 4 weeks. And I noticed, I told Sarah, I said, doesn't look like I've got any new followers. In fact, we lost a few followers. So we got, at that time, 15,000 in about 2 or 3 weeks. In 28 days, I pulled 33,700 tweet impressions. I've had 114 tweets. 204 people have visited my profile, but nobody signed up. I instead lost 5 followers. So out of 33,700 impressions, I lost 5 followers. And I noticed my tweets are not being seen by anybody. I opened up my account on under a VPN that's separate from mine, and it didn't show anything. And what shows me is that this constant censorship at the big levels, remember Twitter, they're the group that made Pizzagate a bad word. If you use the word Pizzagate, you can lose your entire Twitter account. Same with Reddit. If you use the word Pizzagate on Reddit, you can have your entire account taken away. So those are the groups that are being controlled.
Police are right about that.
Those are the people being controlled. Twitter and Reddit, obviously, and YouTube, being it's run out of the Google backbone. Our subscription rate stayed the same over the past 8 or 9 years. We've had over 25,000 hours of broadcasting. We've had the same number of subscribers in 9 years, whereas the Young Turks got 2 million new subscribers. Alex Jones got 2 million new subscribers in that same time period. I got 0. Okay, more on Madeleine McCann's disappearance. Sky News has a story. I still believe that Madeleine McCann is that girl in the picture James Alefantis posted. Yeah, I still believe that with age progression, it looks very much like he's up to some weird stuff, that guy. I can't begin to know what's what would be behind somebody doing such a thing? Posting a picture of a little girl. And you see their face is very similar. Very similar. Almost identical. Anyway, I'm not going to play that video right now. I don't really want to play videos of little girls on the show. That's not my thing. Well, it's kind of strange because, good point, Lucius, people are being quiet because a lot of people just cannot believe that Donald Trump is moving toward impeachment. And I've been saying all along that this is exactly where he's going. Just a reality. You Republicans didn't learn the lesson that the Democrats didn't learn either. That you can't pick divisive people to lead your party and expect to get anything done. It amazes me. Ted Cruz would have been a better choice than Donald Trump. At least he understands the law and the Constitution. Donald Trump can barely pull off a 4th grade education the way he talks. So Madison Star Moon is going to expose chemtrails for all of us tonight. She's exposing fakery on NASA as well. A bad day for NASA. I'll put that in moon hoax. I thought it was going to go in chemtrails. I'm going to put it in moon hoax. Cool. I got playlists. I got playlists for everyone to watch. Yep, we got playlists we run our shows out of. So if you ever want to go to youtube.com/America's Third Party, you can watch any one of our playlists. They are extensive. So don't ever be looking at something on the internet. Yeah. Or go to our YouTube channel. It's at the top of Cool Rock's page on the left. Click on it and go to our playlist. And we'll show you amazing stuff. And all good links. Of course, a lot of links have been taken down because YouTube censors so many of our good, solid links coming out of people. We've got a show called Caesarism, The Decline of the West tonight that was donated to us. We got a little John we've got this story, which would be a traditional ABC News feed about the Sondland assertion that he did not connect Burisma and Biden. And some people say it's insulting.
U.S. ambassador to Moscow is with us and has been listening in. Ambassador, we haven't had your take yet after all of this coverage, where this impacts your life's work.
Okay, so we got people who just don't understand what we're doing here. I, of course, more than willing to ban anybody who comes in here like that. That's the current ambassador to Moscow. And even he said that Sondland should never have been able to call the president. He's never heard of it. Okay, I'll play a little David Icke tonight, sure. Sounds a little icky, but we'll play even some David Icke if you want. Yeah, these links have been overwhelming tonight, guys. I mean, you just keep coming at me with them. Majestic 12 was discussed.
Communities, Eastern Iowa communities,
Mid-Michigan communities.
Oh, okay. The same news out of everybody's mouth. That's funny. If you're wondering if the news is any different, it isn't. It's all the same. They all run it out of the AP. Check this out.
We are extremely proud of the quality, balanced journalism that CBS 4 News produces.
But
we are concerned about trouble and irresponsible, one-sided news stories plaguing our country.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and
false news has become all too common on social media.
alarming. Some media outlets publish these stories simply aren't true without checking facts first. Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think. And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Whatever's left of it. Yeah, that is a great link. Thank you. I'm just... It amazes me how mindless most people are when it comes to the media. I remember telling a person I used to know that I felt that the news is so similar. You know, every news channel, I said this back in the 80s, I said every news channel is like the same thing, news, weather, and sports, you know, the same bleach blonde people. And he actually said to me, that's ridiculous. They have different faces. Yeah, they do have different faces. That's true. He was serious too. He said, no, it's not the same news. They have different faces. 90% of all the mainstream media is owned by 6 corporations, and they're filtering all this information. So the thing is, I want everyone to know that this is our gargantuan task to keep doing a show against all odds. We don't get a lot of donations here. Keeping this rolling and spiking the media, even if it's just this little ledge that we're on the internet with viewers that we hope will tell us other people about us, and then all the while being censored. Every room has gatekeepers preventing people from coming in here. And we're still trying to figure out how we can build a flotation device that will rise above it all. An internet-free opportunity for people to have no gatekeepers and open access to chat from all over the world. That's what I want to achieve. And I'm not there yet. There's the IRC chat room system that we've been using, like Vaughn has on his system. He can see IPs. You normally can't. It's a proprietary system. But some people can see IPs depending on their sophisticated software. We need to build a system that is like the IRC chat room, but that automatically makes everybody anonymous outside of our server, so that we'll be able to record all the chat with IPs on the backbone for security purposes in case somebody threatens my life or the lives of others. And that's that much we'd like to at least have the original feed, but everything else should be going out to the world, and no one should be able to look at your IP. We have a thing called CBox on our main site at coolrock.com, and it has IP tracking ability, and unfortunately, and anybody can see your IP, so I don't really use it. Nobody else does. That's fine, but we just put it there as a place to, you know, make yourself known if you don't care if anyone knows your IP. But what they're doing right now is closing down on the ability of people to actually share information and talk openly, freely on the internet. And over the past 10 years since I started this, I've seen a gradual shutdown of the rich internet platform that we thought was going to grow has shrunk. And that's because they're worried about shared information. Because what this is an awareness thing that's going on. People are becoming more aware of how the two parties are designed to hate each other and how they're being driven against their Democrats or their Republicans in their neighborhood with all this rhetoric that people are spinning in the media. The government's being hijacked by very powerful people that own our media. They aren't even U.S. citizens either, like George Soros and others. These people are sovereign citizens outside of our entire nation. They live in their own world, in their boats, in their villas, wherever. But they spend their money trying to stop our nation from telling its own people we've got issues to deal with. And that's what's been going on. We've been driven to hate each other. I don't blame you for being angry at the Democrats, because Adam Schiff looks like a guy who could easily be, you know, taken as a total weirdo. There's pictures of his eyes looking at, you know, bulging out, and no one knows how, you know, how serious he is. Well, I listened to this guy, and he's very articulate. He spells it out very well. He's not spinning a story that doesn't make sense. He's spinning a story that makes sense. But you listen to the Republicans, you want to laugh at him and say he's a clown or something because he's got big eyes. No, don't fall for that crap. That's what the Republicans are playing. Listen to his words. They are very compelling. And his efforts are noteworthy. He's trying to prevent our country from being hijacked by a cabal of weirdos who are seemingly taking money from Russia and Ukraine, and anybody else will pay their personal bank accounts. All right. Thank you, Marina. Yeah, it's the divide and conquer mentality. That's what they're using to control us. Right. When you're divided and angry, you're easy to target and control. We're weak. Right. Now, the biggest dividing point between the Democrats and Republicans, I think, is gun control. I personally believe that the Republicans are right on that issue, that we cannot take away our Second Amendment rights. And I also don't believe that all the shooting accidents have been real. And that's never been discussed by any Republican or Democrat. Donald Trump doesn't call Parkland shooting or Sutherland Church shooting a fake news story. He calls that real. He doesn't use the word fake news when referring to shooting events, but I have solid belief in my mind that many of these shooting events are faked because of the lack of evidence. And they're being used to push gun control in our country. And I don't believe that gun control is good for America because we need every line of defense right down to your personal defense. We can't just give up our weapons like the Jews did in Germany, and we saw what happened to those people, didn't we? So it really is something I support the Republicans on that for sure. And I won't even push verification. I used to talk about that, but I see your point. I'm going to work on a voluntary verification system only, totally voluntary. And we already help a lot of gun stores make decisions about gun sales in states that require that. And the FBI could streamline that system and make it a lot easier and a lot more cost effective for us. That's about it. The Democrats have fallen short in dealing with a homeless crisis. They don't have any low-cost solutions for homelessness, and they have no low-cost solutions for health care. You know, banning bullets never works. People have tried to ban bullets. I remember when Barack Obama had the ban of 222 bullets you can get per month at every gun store. And I ran into people at my Ace Hardware that had traveled across the country buying bullets at every Ace Hardware. Getting past every one of them got past the list, so they were literally stocking up. I'll never forget seeing an SUV from New Hampshire here on the West Coast, and it was sitting like almost down to the ground because he literally stopped at every Ace Hardware from New Hampshire to Washington State, and it was filled with bullets. People are going to buy bullets even if you put bans on them, and it's hard to regulate that stuff. It's not going to stop people from using a gun. In fact, look at England banning guns, banning knives. People are using bats to kill each other now, ball-peen hammers to hit each other. The number one cause of murder is actually a blunt object. It's not what you think. It's not a gun. Guns cause up to 29,000 deaths a year in the U.S., but many of those are cops killing people who are unarmed, ironically. People can take lighter fluid and set people on fire. What, are you going to ban lighter fluid? I mean, seriously, the longer you keep pushing gun control, the less we're going to get a dialogue going with the right. They freak out when you talk about gun control, and I don't blame them. They have every right to support their Second Amendment and First Amendment rights. And that's where the Democrats have gone too far off, pushing political correctness on us, trying to stifle our freedom of speech. The one thing that we call America is freedom of speech. So banning guns and banning free speech is a bad Democratic plan, which is driving people away. Openly embracing transgenderism is driving people away. Avoiding discrimination at a government workplace, I got that. I'm very, very concerned about discrimination at every government workplace. But telling a mom and pop grocery store to hire a quota of transgenders, that's too many regulations. We cannot possibly litigate there. If somebody wants a job, they can work at the government. If they're a transgender, there you go. We're not limiting people to work. Yeah, okay, I'll put that in the mix just for the fun of it. I know a lot of your UK stuff is about violence, ironically, from a country that's supposedly dealing with gun control. It's not working out for you people.
Democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
It is. Yeah, so I think we got a few things to watch tonight, that's for sure. You know, doing a show every night, it is almost impossible, just so you know. And I'm glad you guys tune in, because if I didn't have viewers, it would be impossible. But we have seen a limited access point on every single chat room where we've seen declines in chatting activity, and it's not your fault. There are people preventing people from getting in your chat rooms. It's bizarre, but the gates are shut down, and I'm fairly sure that somebody's gotten a lot of money to do this. Like I said, we had open guest chat in both chat rooms last year, 2 years ago. And then Mark shut down the guest chat over at Vaughn, and now the guest chat is virtually almost turned off completely at iVlog. You have to get two-party authentication or email verification to get an account there if you're a guest, which is absurd. Guest chat was great. I loved it. And I have videotapes of the guest chat when it was rolling at a mile a minute. I know the world was watching. They weren't trolling me. There may have been a few trolls saying, "Oh yeah, Dave, you think the world's watching you." No, the world really was watching me. We got people from all over the world saying, "Yeah, we tune into you every day from Nicaragua." And we got all this stuff. And I have videotape of the chat from back then that I look at sometimes. But we know that people are being held back from getting in here. So our big goal is to open up access as we keep doing the show. But if these people think they're going to stop me and make me go away, no. Just like they're not going to stop Gloria Allred and all the women that come to her with these stories of Jeffrey Epstein or Harvey Weinstein and all these things. The Me Too thing is just getting started. More and more women are starting to report what really is going on. Harvey Weinstein's out and about at restaurants. He was harassed recently in New York, confronted by a performer during her comedy set.
Nobody's gonna say anything?
Harvey Weinstein's night out at a Manhattan bar triggered raw emotion.
I'm gonna stand 4 feet from a rapist, and nobody's gonna say anything.
The elephant in the room. Comedian Kelly Bachman, who is herself a rape survivor, was there to do stand-up.
What was your first thought when you realized it was him?
Shock and kind of disbelief, a feeling of being triggered.
She called Weinstein out on stage.
I didn't know that we have to bring our own maze and rape whistles to actors hour.
Getting boos and then some cheers.
This kills at group therapy for rape survivors. They love it, yeah.
A spokesperson for the 67-year-old says he was just out with friends, enjoying the music, adding, "This scene was uncalled for, downright rude, and an example of how due process today is being squashed by the public." Weinstein pleaded not guilty to 5 felony charges in New York and has repeatedly denied allegations of non-consensual sex.
I don't think he should just get to jump back into his comfy life as a respected producer who hangs around young, beautiful actors.
The trial is set to begin in January, but the public anger towards the disgraced movie mogul, a sign some aren't waiting for a verdict. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News, New York.
Right.
It's easy to see this little dog named Piglet is different.
Hey, and we've got more evidence that Greta has been working with the George Soros organization. There's a 22-year-old woman that hangs out with Greta. We do know that. And she's George Soros' assistant, and she's been hanging around Greta continuously. Greta has this impression she has a friend. And I don't know about you, but highly unlikely Greta would ever make a friend with that attitude she has. yeah, Harvey's lawyer costs are huge. I don't know about his income. He made a lot of money in the movies. Harvey Weinstein had a net worth of $150 million. So he has plenty of money to buy a good security force like Black Cube, a Mossad agency that does deep research on every woman that he ever screws. He actually gets the dirt on every woman he has sex with, just so that if they come up to him and say something, he's got the dirt on them. He hired a Mossad agency called Black Cube to operate in the background, and he's able to do that. Legally, there's nothing you can do to stop somebody from getting information about other people. Epstein did that too, yes. I'm convinced that Epstein's alive. I'm 100% convinced that he's still alive, based on some pretty basic things, like him appearing by a drone over his St. James Island, actually being seen by the drone. More than enough evidence, in my mind, to suggest that he's alive. Well, let's take a look. Let's take a look at his picture. There he is, seen alive by the drone. And the drone's photograph is just one of many. This was him looking up at the drone from approximately, about 30, 40 feet in the air. We have the live video of this too. He's not dead. No, he's alive. Because they have no photographs of him leaving, because one of the cameras was down, both of the people that were supposed to be watching him are now under criminal investigation. Not only is this a photograph of him taken 20 days after he allegedly died, but we also have confirmation that his face does not match the decedent. The coroner, Michael Baden, the second coroner, has said that it doesn't seem like a suicide after all, and you can see bruising on the body of somebody who did die. The guy with the curled nose is the guy who died, and his ears don't match Jeffrey Epstein's ears. If the female guard is singing, that's good. If we get some story, because what happened was a tweet, or actually a 4chan post came in the night that the morning that he allegedly died, and they said that they saw a white van out in front of the Metropolitan Correctional Center and a guy in green fatigues taking a body in and out. That's a known post on 4chan, and the fact that makes it real is the fact that it came in at the same time that they pronounced him dead. How would anyone have been able to come up with a fake story like that at the same time he was found dead? Very suspicious. So the drone saw the whole thing. All right, that would be good in the Australian market, but not here. All right, so a lot of people don't understand how I support myself, how I live. They come in here questioning all that. I retired when I was 50 years old. I've saved enough money in my life to be very content with everything, because I'm not greedy. I don't have a big need for money. And I've decided to dedicate my life to running for president. And it's not that hard to imagine somebody at 50 years old realizing that. And I put all my money safely away, and I draw from it. I don't need to make money on my money because I have enough to live off of the rest of my life. But again, you've seen the way I live. I'm very affordable the way I live. No, Jeffrey Epstein's still alive, Froggy. Yeah. Yeah, he's still out. He had enough clout with all the political sex tapes he has on everybody who went to Orgy Island. he has enough political clout and photographs and videotape to put it on a server with a kill switch on it. So if he doesn't type in a password every day, or his attorneys don't type in a password every day, he would automatically release all that information. That was his guarantee that he would never spend a day in jail other than maybe a couple days. They got him out. He's back in business molesting children, I'm sure of it. And the reason why I'm convinced that they don't have any desire to go after Jeffrey Epstein is, number one, Labor Secretary Acosta, former Labor Secretary Acosta, said that he was told to stand down and not give him a stiff sentence because Jeffrey Epstein is in intelligence, meaning he's in intelligence. He's providing intelligence to the CIA and the Mossad agencies that control him. So, I know. Canada can use a hard member like you in office. I agree. Yeah. I have considered moving to Canada. I really have. And now that you're past the blackface thing with Justin Trudeau, I could probably get a job in politics. I don't think they'll judge me either in America, because they realize that I did that to satirize a bad president named Barack Obama. Many people will realize how bad Barack Obama was when they realize that all he did was leave us a legacy of debt. He never solved any problems. But when you think about how our country has been kind of hijacked by the Democrats now with this impeachment process, and Donald can blame the Democrats all he wants, but it was really Donald's baggage that got him to this position where he's being impeached. And if he hadn't reached out and done these things in Ukraine, and the Republicans are saying that this is all set up, that they led Trump into this, I don't know. No. It's in Trump's nature to get dirt on his opponent and use whatever means possible. He's a businessman, you know. When he said no quid pro quo, just have Zelensky do the right thing, that's a mob muscle term. No nothing, no quid pro quo, just make sure Zelensky does the right thing. I want a favor of him. These are the things that come out of that meeting. I want a favor from Zelensky, just make sure he does the right thing. That's like a mob thing. I'm going to make you an offer you can't refuse. I'm not going to hurt you or nothing, but make sure you do the right thing if you know what's good for you and your family. I don't think it's a political Hail Mary at all. I think it's their only shot. If the Democrats had not pulled off an impeachment of Donald Trump in the House, they wouldn't stand a chance in 2020. But their lineup of buffoons, and the Democratic lineup of buffoons, oh wow. I mean, it almost looks like a group of jackasses standing there kicking their heels. And sure enough, that's their motto, is the donkey. Apparently, Kamala Harris and Elizabeth Warren and Klobuchar all basically ganged up against Joe Biden and pushed the black voter issue in the last debate. It left right before Joe started speaking. They framed the discussion about black voter rights and what blacks need. This is a common tactic, a racist tactic the Democrats use, pretending to be the least racist group. They're actually the most racist. Now, because there is a lot of people who continually attack us in the show, I have to ban people. As you see, the more I get noticed, the more likely they're going to come after me personally. I've never cheated anybody in my life. I've never stolen money from anyone. I've never engaged in any type of manipulative behavior to get money. I've been very fair all my life in everything I've done, and I've lived by a code of ethics that very few people in the world have ever lived by. And not only can I say that I've not screwed anybody in the process, I've actually done the right thing and did what any good son would do, is to help his parents survive their last years on earth. And if you want to rake me over the coals for helping my parents not go to a nursing home, feel free. I would never want to let anybody's parents go to nursing homes if I could avoid it. But we get attacks every night in the show. They don't know how I inherited a house. It kind of bugs them that I inherited a mobile home, of all things. But you look at all these people, Buttigieg, Warren, Biden, Bernie, Kamala, Klobuchar, Yang. I guess Tulsi Gabbard is in there too. They don't really have anybody that looks presidential except for Joe Biden. Everybody else looks really kind of iffy. That's why I still say that Joe Biden's the best choice of the Democrats, even though I don't trust anything he's done with Burisma. What's been going on with his son looks all very, very bad. But what we're seeing from Elizabeth Warren is lies about her Cherokee ancestry. Never really coming to grips with the fact that she lies incessantly. Recently lied about being pregnant and fired from a teaching job. No evidence of that. Warren lies all the time, promising you guys a free education. Where is the money going to come from? Promising you Medicare for all. Where is the money going to come from? Those tax and spend Democrats are going to lose every single dollar this country ever had, but Trump is just as bad. He's absolutely spending like way more than he should have. No fiscal accountability from Trump or the Democrats. So we've got a serious need for a third party, and there's never been a more important time for us. So it's really up to you. If I ever get attention in this country, it's through you and your word of mouth that people will finally realize the chance that they have to have me as their leader. I spent my entire life thinking about this conundrum we're in. And even as far back as the 1970s, my father and I would talk and brainstorm about how we need a third party, a populist alternative to what we have today. And it's all I would think about. And when I was in college, I wanted to study this and go on to study poli-sci and maybe become an attorney or something. I was single-handedly reverse discriminated against when I entered college. I got turned down by 4 major universities, even though I was the #1 student out of 770 students in my school with high SAT scores. I was kicked. I was not allowed into Harvard, Princeton, Yale, or Stanford. Instead, they relegated me to the communist UCLA, which is run by Marxists. All the UC campuses are run by Marxists. And I was sitting in there with Marxists the whole time wondering, what the hell is wrong with you people? You're pushing Marxism agenda when you're supposed to have a pluralist approach toward public policy. You're constantly pushing Marxism on us. And they refused to change. And I said, well, I don't need a degree from poli-sci at UCLA to move on and do what I need to do. So I still kept going on my path toward building a third party. Nothing is going to dissuade me from building what is needed in this country to fix this problem that we're facing today. We're not going to fix it with the same old corrupt people in the two-party system. It's not going to happen. Eventually, they'll either abandon ship of their party and join us and make a solid, dedicated effort to stay clean of their corrupt, moneyed handlers that give them money every single re-election time, which we're going to implement plans to keep honesty in this effort, or they will not, and they'll lose. Yeah, we're doing a free show. I've shown you over 11 years of my commitment to this effort of a free show with no questions asked about what we have to do to get here. And I even opened up a new alternative site to watch us at, coolrock.com, because I really believe we need a free, fun site to hang out at. And I'm going to make that better and better as time goes on. We're still struggling right now because our chat's not properly operating unless you open the chat room separately and hit refresh, but I'll get past that eventually. Okay, I'll get that. Yeah, go ahead. What's your question? Hello. Yeah, go ahead. All right. Yeah, nobody's serious. Okay, this came in the show earlier tonight. It's pretty weird. It was one of the weirdest things that we got. All right. We'll be showing you this video tonight. This woman got in her plane and she started seeing spraying going on, and she freaked out that they called the security on her. Watch this.
I have to go live with this one and tell you guys that I am in Perth, Australia right now, and I just had 6 police officers escort me off of the plane because I decided to be a little bit of an activist and complain and maybe more like raise a little hell because they were spraying aerosol cans. So the new thing is that airplanes will now go around and spray aerosol cans throughout the cargo after the plane is landing and basically disinfect the entire airplane. They're saying that they're killing bugs, but don't worry, the bugs are not killing any people. We're just killing any bugs that could potentially come from Bali, Indonesia. So I just went a little crazy and said, this is not okay. There's children on board. You are spraying actively like toxic chemicals. You don't even know what's in the spray. And I even filmed it. And then the air stewardess basically said, would you like me to explain why you're doing this? And I said, no, I don't think this is okay. This is, it's like basically we're a Nazi camp, or like you guys are just spraying through these vents and we don't even know what this stuff is. And then she said, well, I'll have immigration explain it to you instead. And so when the plane landed in Perth, 6 police officers came and got me off of the plane. These toxic, I'm in Perth.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll play more of this later. That's what they do. They spray the aisles now while you're sitting there. I don't think it should be legal. Well, first of all, it is legal. There are no laws preventing indoor air pollution in America. Yes, go ahead. What's your question? Yes, sir. What can I do for you? All right, so we got a lot of threats coming at us, death threats I get all the time. And as we continue to realize that this is the right way to go, more and more people are threatening me on a daily basis. I'm sure I have the world record for a regular show, live, unscripted, 11 straight years, 6 hours a day. Yeah, I would react similar to being sprayed on. That's why I don't fly. You don't have to hear the threat. I hear them all the time. Why give any kind of airtime to somebody who threatens people? How absurd. Okay, I've got a movie called Hillary the Movie. Max gave us earlier. More information about Epstein Island that's shocking. Turns out Greta's mom, it looks like. I hear you, man. The plane should not have sprays. It looks like Greta Thunberg's mom may very well be one of the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. This is a very interesting little tidbit here. Watch this.
Wiggle, 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 yeah.
This is not a good part of it. But that's not, no, I'm not Will Ferrell, so. This is it. Apparently, this woman looks so much like, this is Greta's mother who did a porn, looks so much like this British Epstein victim that it's almost uncanny. So many people are wondering if this is possibly Greta's mom. I don't know. You gotta wonder. That would explain why Greta's being used, because they have dirt on the mom. Yeah. We're trying to figure out why Greta's being exploited by George Soros and how she's turned into this, household word using the power of the rich media, or the wealthy media, I should say. And you got to wonder, I've never done porn. What do you mean, who hasn't done porn? That's ridiculous. Who hasn't done it? Yeah, leave Will Ferrell out of this, exactly. Yeah, it has the same creepy look. Well, anyway, if you're spraying on a plane, there are no indoor air pollution laws preventing spray on a plane, not in the U.S. We haven't had an Indoor Air Act ever. The Clean Air Act of 1970 does not address indoor air pollution. And I know because I've called Department of Ecology in my area, I've called the EPA, and they've deferred to the Clean Air Act of 1970, and that's not covering indoor air pollution. So they can spray pesticides on you when you're walking in a store. They could actually spray that right on your face, legally. You could walk in the door and they say, okay, we're spraying for a raid, and they could spray you right in your face. There's no law preventing them from doing that. I remember going to a motel a couple of years ago. We went to Disneyland, Sarah and I did. And we were on the way to Disneyland. We pulled into a motel, and we had to get a room. It was the only place available. So we got this room. And I walked in the room, and I was like, oh, man, this smells like reeks of pesticides. Reeks, absolutely reeks. When I got in the room and closed the door, I was okay. But I noticed around the door, it was smelling really bad of pesticides. So I actually had tape on board. I taped the inside of the door when I slept inside. And it stopped any smelling problem. And I actually had an air filter I brought with me. And I taped the inside of the door. It's like the only way I could do it. It turns out, I asked the lady at the front desk, and she was this Indian woman who was so frail, she looked like she was dying of pesticide exposure. And I asked her, do you use pesticides around your doors? Oh yes, we spray pesticide, the poor bugs, just sprayed just yesterday. So you're spraying the pesticide around the door when people walk in? I mean, the bugs aren't going to come up around the door. I mean, you do it, they usually stay at the bottom of the floor, you know. It was like you're walking through a wall of pesticides just to get to your room. She was dying of pesticide exposure. I understand bed bugs are a real issue with motels and hotels. I mean, there's a couple of sprays you can carry with you on road trips that are toxic, of course, but you could spray your bed to get rid of pesticides. Or get rid of pests, I should say. So their effort to stop me is not only a failure, it's a joke. They're never going to in any way succeed, yet they keep trying. And it's bizarre how these people think they're going to stop our show by threatening me, calling me, threatening to do bad things. I mean, I get death threats all the time. It's just amazing. You don't want to read that because it's just a bunch of garbage from a bunch of paid hackers who are actually paid to go after us. There's nothing to read there. They're going to make up lies about me, and they're going to continue to push this entire agenda. Hey, I'll play that tonight. Cuban Doll. Okay. Let's do that. Hey, it's 10 o'clock. I'm going to sign off. I want to say the TSA sucks, and they should all be prosecuted for mishandling a lot of their operations. And any lawsuits that are pending against the TSA when I become president will automatically get a settlement. And because I'm going to be firing the TSA. I'm going to do something that should have been done a long time ago. I'm going to actually bring in our Coast Guard and work the same job of the TSA. We're paying the Coast Guard to guard our ports of entry right now, and the National Guard. We could easily give them some desk jobs in plain clothes and have them replace the entire TSA force and save this country $7 billion a year. That's the first gift I'm going to give this country, as a $7 billion savings, and they're not going to be harassed at the airports. It'll be very low-key, much different approach. We're going to add high-tech thermographic studies of dangerous people as opposed to the current method of just harassment. They do cavity searches. That's right. It happened to you, Eric. And because a lot of these people have no clue as to how deep into this I am and how ahead of them I am, I'm already ahead of the censorship. I'm not that worried about the censorship because when we first realized what we were up against, I was like 4 years to 5 years ahead of anything they even had on their radar. And we built an audience that's worldwide, way ahead of their attempt to shut down the internet. No, I've never met those people. No, don't make statements you can't back up. I don't mean to mute you, man, but you can't make statements like that. The last thing we want is people offering money here, too. Okay, let's get ready to rumble. Will Ferrell mocking a child trafficking comedy skit. That's too weird to not play. And this is the car that somehow tried to break into the White House today. Secret Service stopped an unauthorized SUV, and apparently they had all their clothes in there. They must have been out of their mind.
This Fox News alert, because this is breaking right now. The Secret Service searching a suspicious vehicle. You see it there after it tried driving up to the White House. Agents say the Mercedes SUV attempted to enter the complex behind another car that was allowed entry. The driver was immediately taken into custody. We'll let you know if we get any more information on that.
What an idiot. He tried to go in behind another car to get into the White House. I mean, what a moron. And it's all the clothes that was strung around their car. They were probably living in their car. They said, dude, let's do something different. So Will Ferrell did a satanic ritual on his cable TV show. That is not surprising to me. I've heard weird things about Will Ferrell. Aside from the fact that I look a lot like him, I get people saying, "Are you Will Ferrell?" all the time. Of course, they're half blind. And, you know, I'm much older than Will Ferrell, but as you can see, his look is a little older than me, so. Yeah, his eyes are close together, kind of like a rodent, you know? Like a beady rodent looking guy. I've got a bigger eye spread. But I could probably take my clothes off and look really funny with my big jelly belly. Ah! Yeah, he's 50. What is he like? Will Ferrell, it's like 56, I'm going to guess. Let's take a look. His age. Yeah, he was born in 67. I'm 7 years, that's freaky. I'm 7 years older than Will Ferrell. Yeah, 7 years older. Thank you, Fruit Enzyme Spray. I don't know how I'd survive without you. What do you got, Marina? Oh, Will Ferrell and Chad Smith talk about their rivalry. Yeah, that'll be cool. I'll play that. I saw that clip before. That's a good one. Well, here comes the entertainment. Sorry I extended the show a little longer than I should have. But it's always fun to do a show. I do this because I enjoy it. Many people don't understand why I even do it. Well, if I didn't do it, nobody else would. That's the reality of what's happening. And the fact is, nobody could ever put up this kind of an effort against so much opposition without an incredible commitment to the truth and to our future of our country, which is what I do. I've made this entire effort a point of purpose, driven by principle, not by money. And that's the big part that most people are going to be pretty scared of me politically, because I am not tethered to money like Donald Trump is. They don't control me. No, Joe, I won't be wrestling Carl Ray Miller. No. Trump has all these strings attached to his entire operation. Okay, I'm not going to play that, but it got me a laugh. Thank you. All right, we're going to move out. Sarah doesn't fund my operation. I own my own home. I have properties. Sarah is a big part of my life, no question about it, but she's building her own assets, and I don't leech off of her. Wow. You people and your accusations, it's amazing you keep pitching that crap. Go for it. Good luck. You got nothing on me, but I can tell you I got all kinds of dirt on Donald Trump and his thug friends. Giuliani's closest buddies over there in Ukraine, they've just been charged with multiple crimes. That's right. These are the Giuliani henchmen that did Donald's bidding over in Ukraine. These are the guys you're protecting when you support Donald Trump. I'm concerned about our current state too.
Her records will reflect that she was a boy.
Yeah. I'll talk about Jimmy Savile, Prince Andrew, Epstein. We're open to all that stuff. Pedogate is still very much a topic of discussion. Now, because tonight was not a very a good night for technology, I have only one little clip for you that's pretty cool. And that's the new solar concentrator that Bill Gates is putting together. He's going to try to melt steel. And because you guys don't have a chance against me, good luck. Yeah, isn't this cool? So Bill Gates is putting some money toward a solar collector system that will actually melt steel. I know. That's all that I can say good about him. There are people that are paid to stop me because I'm growing in popularity worldwide. They cannot stop the UHF rebroadcasts of our show. They've shut down all the aspects of the chat that they can, and they can't seem to keep a lid on what's happening. They're at their wits' end. And they've read my bio too. They know fully how well I can protect myself. In fact, it scares some of them. Some of them have been reading a bio about a guy who's not me, named David John Sponheim, was a second-level sergeant in the U.S. Air Force and served time in Kosovo and was seasoned in battle. That's not me. Yeah, but that can be kind of scary if it was, wouldn't it be? Yeah. All right, I'm going to sign off tonight, but thank you for coming in, and we'll be on 3 more hours watching videos with you guys and banning people as they come in. Okay, thank you for coming in and listening to the incredible show that never ends. I'm Mr. Right, signing off. Good night.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. You're Mr. Right, too good to be true. My world around, cause you're the peace I find. We found you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. You're Mr. Right, too good to be true.